let's be real, it's not just that issue. You combine that with rule by decree and the two distinct cultures, it seems like America is just, like the collapse has happened, and we're watching it happen now, just like in slow motion, like a supernova in the sky. The light is now traveling, and eventually we'll see that the total collapse. There's a viral video showing a man carrying takeout. See, these people come into the United States illegally, and then they cross back into Mexico to get carryout from restaurants, and then come back into the U.S. That, to me, is one of the most shocking things. This viral video shows a Border Patrol agent on horseback, like whipping a guy. It's just beyond insane what's happening in this country. But we do have a lot of other stories. In D.C., they're mandating vaccinations for student athletes. Vaccine mandates are being violently protested. COVID lockdowns in Australia. Union workers fighting. A lot of crazy stuff has been going down. And so, we brought in Alex Jones and Phil Labonte to discuss these very important issues. Alex, would you like to introduce yourself?
Well, absolutely. I'm here. It's my third visit. Love the beautiful place you're in here in West Virginia. And one of my crew members is actually here, Joey, who was just 4 days ago at Del Rio, Texas, and got some of that footage that's at freeworldnews.tv that actually shows thousands of people going back and forth over the spillway on the Rio Grande River, getting their Topo Chico and their enchiladas and things, and going back over to the refugee camp with now over 20,000 people that are there. And then we first broke this 2 days ago. It's now confirmed over 10,000 more are showing up in Ruidoso. 200 plus miles away on the Texas border.
He might be decent with the
coming across into McAllen, Texas, as we speak. So this is a full-on invasion.
I feel like Jaden is better. I feel like Jaden also has LU spells.
I think it was an earthquake, right?
I mean,
well,
LU attack.
I mean, they call them migrants, but I mean, I get the third
LU
world's
spells.
collapsing, the global lockdown. Even the New York Times and the UN admits put 287 million people on the verge of starvation. An extra 20 million starved to death during the global lockdown. Dozens of times what COVID had killed and still has killed. And so, yes, they're refugees from globalism, and from UN exploitation in Haiti, and from the earthquakes. And most of them have been waiting several years in Central and South America. And then when they saw Biden legalizing all these other people, they now made the trek up here with everything they've got.
Yeah, the Democrats,
so I feel sorry for them. I'm not against them. I'm just saying, when they implode the third world and starve everybody to death with the lockdowns, that's going to cause Europe and here everybody to get flooded.
If I want to play like a different Lich King, I think it was a
UN report that said 225 million
the Gul'dan
at
least has LV spells.
And you're right. I mean, there's been a bunch. Anybody can go to YouTube and pull up the World UN food director,
I don't know.
And he's up there saying, we project 200 million, then 220, then 250, then they projected that 287 million people, as of a few months ago, are on the verge of starvation. They weren't on the verge. Now they're on the line, spending 60-70% of any income they have on food. They have no food for medicine. Then they become malnourished and died. And so, but they estimate, the UN does, and I think it's an accurate number for them, 20 plus million, 20 million extra starved to death during global lockdown, which is still ongoing in parts of Africa and Central and South America, where authoritarian regimes are using it for control. So that's why even the UN food director said, we don't want any more lockdowns. And the special envoy from the UN said, a year ago we better stop this, but they didn't.
We'll get into all that. We also got Phil hanging out.
Absolutely. Good to be
Hello.
here.
How is everyone doing? I am Phil from the metal band All That Remains.
I can play Scarlet Crusade against
Silent. I think my third time here as well. It's good to meet you, Alex.
Good to meet you.
Good to see Ian and Lids.
Hey, I like that shirt.
I appreciate that. So would James.
Well, at least I do feel
they got a list of drinks.
Communism doesn't know how.
They got a great list of drinks down there, like the free market, the libertarian, the capitalist.
They actually deal damage.
Is the communist an empty glass?
Should be.
They actually deal damage.
I mean, Russian vodka, I guess.
We got Ian.
Hey everybody, Ian Carlson here. Happy to be here with you wonderful, gorgeous humans.
Thanks for
coming out,
just very slow on the attack speed.
I am stoked for this show. I feel like I'm not going to get a word in edgewise, and it's going to be fine.
I don't think it's
I'm pushing buttons in the corner.
Here's hoping we don't get banned.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to. I told you I'm going to be more calm on the show because I want to be more calm. But as soon as I have a chance to talk about 20 plus million people dying because of the lockdowns, I feel like I need to say that because people need to know they're calling for new ones. And Joe Biden put in the new National Terrorism Directive policy in June of this year, no longer is the main terror threat Al-Qaeda or ISIS or the Chinese Communists or the Russians. It's now officially people that question the election and people that question future lockdowns, which tells me they've got more of those planned. And that's in the official policy report people can pull up. And again, That's pretty scary to me because the Democrats always question elections, whether it's a real election or whether there's a problem. I think everybody has a right to do that, so it's pretty damn scary.
Yeah. We'll get into all of it. I have a lot to say. I want to just keep going. But we got an amazing sponsor, everybody. We have EatRightAndFeelWell.com, BioTrust, Keto Elevate MCT oil powder. I gotta say, this stuff's absolutely amazing. So we've been shouting out the keto powder. It is the best medium chain triglycerides. That's the fat you want. And I would put it in my coffee and stuff, and it's great. It's almost like creamer. And then I actually started doing keto about a month or month and a half ago, and I feel like $1,000,000. Mm-hmm. I've been having skating better. I used to I would eat dinner and then just get tired and groggy, cut out the sugars and all the garbage. And now I'm just maximum energy all day. No joke. That's just me. But go to eatrightandfeelwell.com and you can secure your supply of Keto Elevate for up to 51% off today. They say you get a 60-day money-back guarantee. Keto Elevate provides your body only C8, the most ketogenic MCT that's medium chain triglyceride in its purest form.
Oh wait, I want the piece.
You'll get enhanced energy levels, healthy appetite management, enhanced mental clarity, which I could use right now apparently, and improved athletic performance. Keto Elevate is very gentle on your stomach. I don't even know why they needed to put it in there. I put it in my coffee every morning and I feel like $1,000,000. They say you get free shipping on every order. And for every order today, BioTrust donates a nutritious meal to a hungry child in your honor through their partnership with NoKidHungry.org. To date, BioTrust has provided over 5 million meals to hungry kids. Please help them hit their goal of 6 million meals this year. Free VIP live health and fitness coaching from BioTrust's team of expert nutrition and health coaches for life with every order. And their new e-report, the top 14 ketogenic foods with every order. Again, go to Eat Right and Feel Well. BioTrust, you guys rock. You guys, when it comes to any one of our sponsors and they're on board with the show that we do and the things we talk about, you know they're legit. Mm-hmm. And we actually have we got something new coming from BioTrust recently that they sent us as a sample. We're really excited for. So I'm seriously grateful to BioTrust, eatrightandfeelwell.com. But don't forget, go to timcast.com, become a member, because we're going to have a members-only segment coming up, and I'm almost laughing because this is where it's going to get just wild and crazy. We can say whatever we want on our website. YouTube's got dumb rules. We try to be careful, but we still want to make sure we're saying things that are true and important. It just means that when it comes to the timcast.com member segment you'll see tonight, there's going to be a lot of swearing. So with that being said, let's get into actually the first segment, why the show is happening. You see, we do want to talk about the news and the border crossing and stuff, but before the show, I was asking, do you guys want to talk about how this came to be? And yeah, so let me just let you guys know basically what happened. So we were trying to figure out, and we're still trying to figure out, good shows to do that are kind of unique. We had Vosh and Charlie Kirk, and I thought that was great. It was kind of crossfire-y, like the left versus the right, and it's kind of a little too on the nose. So we're trying to figure out interesting personalities that may agree or disagree, but not be in the same spaces in the culture war. So maybe someone who's a comedian versus, having a discussion with somebody who's in finance, or getting someone like, Max Kaiser, who's a Bitcoin guy, to sit down and talk about someone who's all into philosophy.
Just take this for free.
Originally, we had reached out to Shoe on Head, who is a big YouTuber, and she was super excited that she wanted to do it. And after we confirmed with her, we went to Alex and we were like, hey, Alex, Shoe has agreed to do the show. Would you be willing to do it? And Alex, we were trying to work on your schedule, figure out a date. And then once we finally confirmed Alex's availability, Shoe on Head unfortunately said that she didn't think she'd be able to do it. She didn't know what she could add to the show, and it's a bummer because I think it would have been a really, really, really great show.
And she was really just afraid to get canceled if she was even close to me, which, again, whatever happened in America, we're not the Soviet Union. It's good to come on if you disagree with somebody and have a debate with them. That's what's interesting. That's what everybody's looking for. That's why Crossfire used to have 15 million viewers, and now it doesn't exist, and they have no viewers at CNN, is because it's all just orthodoxy, the same gaslighting, brainwashing. I don't care if it's right-wing or left-wing. No one wants that. Plus, you said before we went live, and I think it's true, I think she was scared as a populist she'd probably agree with me, and that's when she'd get in trouble. Because you have the caricature of Alex they put out, which is little snippets out of context, versus the real one.
Yeah, so basically we were talking before the show, and I'm just going to shout you out, Ian. Ian was like, we shouldn't bring it up. We don't want to be disrespectful. And I can see with that because I think Shoe on Head's great. I think her channel.
Hey, I don't blame her. There's a lot of tyranny out there. And so, keeping your head down might be what you want to do. But when everybody does that, you lose your country and you wake up in North Korea.
Like I was saying earlier, Alex and Shu are a perfect fit together because Shu's entire persona and everything is built on memes on the internet. And there's like Alex is one of the most prolific meme creators of the 21st century. So for her to back out just doesn't make any sense for her brand or for, aside from the fact that she might get pushback from some of her more left-leaning friends.
So this is where I ended up. I think she's incredibly talented and funny, which is why she has the million plus or how, all the fans she has,
Sure.
the million plus views she gets on all her videos. And, perhaps she's, I don't want to call her a liar or anything when she says she doesn't think she'd have much to add and she feel like she wouldn't be participating enough. I mean, I think it's a fair point, perhaps, but I think she underestimates herself. And then I also think a big component is we've had Steve Bannon on the show. And Steve Bannon talked a lot about populism, and he calls himself far right. But then he says he wants to tax the rich, and I'm like, that's not far right, Steve.
God.
Yeah, I don't think any of the labels. I mean, we need populism. We need Americanism.
He plans on advancing
it
even further,
liberalism.
and then it's going to
the
be
left
a
is not liberalism. People study it. It goes back to the Jacobins and the French Revolution. And George Washington said, that is not who we are. That's the enemy. They were going to have 9-day work weeks, abolish the family, make everybody slaves.
How do I escape it?
It was getting rid of the church and the oligarchy and the royalty and creating a total system of control. So the left literally comes out of a super insane cult, which
Probably
was the real
night.
Illuminati, out of
Probably
Weishaupt,
sacrifice
in
a night.
mainline history books, and they set up the French Revolution, and were going to set themselves up as God. So they would have all the science, everybody else would be like animal slaves, and out of that came communism.
Did it seem
See, I don't know about any of that.
Did it seem like the French Revolution got infiltrated?
Well, I want to address.
They tried
point.
to kill Thomas Jefferson. He was the leader of the Illuminati at that point. And then he had to get out.
Yes! Yes!
What?
So early in the conversation.
Yes!
Now, did you know this is well known? George Washington.
This is what I'm here for!
George Washington wrote 16 letters. You can pull them up. George Washington wrote 16 letters against the Illuminati.
Oh.
He said they've taken over the French. They've taken over modern masonry, and I'm trying to stop them. Our revolution is the one that's good and pure. And theirs is destructive. And he told Jefferson, once he wasn't president, they're going to try to kill you. And they later turned on Jefferson. Because, I mean, that Benjamin Franklin was not a Christian. He was in the Hellfire Club, had big sex orgies, the rest of it. And also,
why is this true?
They found
up from the Library of Congress.
Oh no!
They found like 30 dead kids under his house.
Okay,
Alex Jones is never wrong.
Hold on.
Let's figure this out.
I wanted to say something first. That you brought up a point about something I said about Shu, that you'd say something populist that she would agree with, and that would be bad for a lot of these people who are scared of being canceled. To have a clip where, Alex Jones says something about protecting the working class in this country and fighting for families, and then having someone who's supposed to be on the left being like, you're completely right, Alex Jones, then having that clip go out is bad for somebody who's on the left, right? That's the point I want to make. Now, then you got into the Illuminati and Thomas Jefferson, and I don't even know where we're at. But
then he got awesome.
But wait, hold on. So I Googled it. I'm at the Library of Congress.
Oh my gosh.
And it says manuscript mixed material, and there's a picture here of a letter to Reverend G.W. Snyder, Mount Vernon, September 25th, 1798.
What?
Down the street, George Washington.
George Washington to William Russell. He said, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati, but never saw the book until you were pleased to send it to me. The same causes which have prevented my acknowledging the receipt of your letter have prevented my reading the book hitherto, namely the multiplicity of matters which pressed upon me before, and the debilitated state in which I was left after. A severe fever had been removed, and which allows me to add little more now. Then, thanks to your kind wishes and favorable sentiments, except to correct an error you have run into, of my presiding over the English lodges in this country. The fact is, I preside over none, nor have I been in one more than once or twice within the last 30 years. I believe, notwithstanding, that none of the lodges in this country are contaminated with the principles ascribed to the Society of the Illuminati. So there's more. The point is, wow, Frederick, Maryland.
Oh, hey, yeah.
Amazing.
When he says the
Very,
lodges,
very close.
he's talking about Mason lodges, the Masons.
All I want to say is George Washington did write letters to William Russell about the Illuminati. I don't know if that means Thomas Jefferson was
Read all 16. No, I mean, Thomas Jefferson was the head of the Illuminati. That's well known. Before that, Franklin was, but they were the head of the good Illuminati. Then you had Adam Weishaupt and his Jacobins take over the Illuminati. Illuminati just meant illumination and light, and they wanted to control the light.
Maybe this is why Shu didn't want to come
My
on the
mind
show.
is blown.
It's like,
This is amazing.
Alex Jones is never wrong.
It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I have my perspectives, but I'm never wrong intentionally. But I mean, this stuff's mainline history. It's just not really taught in schools. But I've read a bunch of books on it that are like written hundreds, proofs of this conspiracy. And it was that book that basically, out of that, they had the whole anti-Masonic.
Oh,
No.
don't even get me started.
Okay.
Party and stuff, which I'm not anti-Masonic. I mean, that's way more complex. That goes back to Solomon and Egypt, and back then the colleges were secret. You didn't just let anybody in. They were called the mystery schools. So it had
So many good
the
players
place of astronomy
in
and
this
science and medicine, and all that goes back to Hippocrates and all that. So there was these mystery schools that only certain people could get into, and then it also has a backdrop of the occult. And then Christians and people saw it as all satanic, which it wasn't, because it all predates
Is that
Christianity.
like the Hermetic Society?
Well,
all that stuff,
I don't want to. This is a really, really deep subject, and maybe people might be disappointed because I didn't intend to go off in that direction. We were originally talking about the left and not wanting to come and sit
How
down.
did we get there?
Yeah,
Because the left is the French Revolution.
I don't know.
They were co-opted as well.
That's right. The left is not liberals.
You invited Alex
America is
Jones
liberal.
and expected
Today
to
that means
not
nothing.
hear about the Illuminati?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh, I was
What
talking
mean
about how labels mean nothing. Because we take
There you
Tucker
go.
Carlson
There we go.
wants to like rebuild and take care of poor people and give them actually jobs and care about our pop. That's more liberal than leftists that work for big corporations and hide behind BLM, but really don't care about the general public and help big tech build slave camps in China.
Left is not inherently liberal.
Right. So
Yeah.
what I wanted to say was we reached out to a bunch of people on the left, and they were very respectful in declining to come on the show. I think it's because you mentioned cancel culture. That's kind of what they say to me. They're like, there's no upside for this. If I do this, it's just bad for me, right? They could sit down and have a conversation with you. They could sit down and have a conversation with Steve Bannon. In fact, what I wanted to say was when we had Bannon on the show, people commented, wow, the media makes it sound like he's crazy, but he's actually like a normal guy.
Very well spoken.
But you know the study that they study the people that consider themselves liberal in the U.S. compared to conservatives, and conservatives understand the liberals and just disagree. Liberals don't understand conservatives and people that aren't liberal. So,
Right.
and by liberal, I mean
And they don't want to
American.
understand them.
So
Yeah,
a
they
take,
believe the
a
character
take.
of them. They believe that like every ugly caricature that you come up with about
I know how to
conservatives,
continue
that's
this
what the
attack.
liberals believe about
I actually have
conservatives.
no
That's
idea
not
how
the
to
case.
continue
Can
this
I just
attack
shout
now.
out one of the most frustrating things was seeing people play the clip of the gay frogs thing without, and they were laughing at you like you were insane when it was clear you were exaggerating a real study about atrazine.
Exactly. I
my
mean,
favorite
that's like
story.
10 years ago now. I just read. To go back in memory, I just read an article about it. I think it was like a what's that show? It's not PBS. Democracy Now.
Yeah.
Democracy Now! Had just had the doctor on, it's like 10 years ago, about atrazine, the study, and how it made the males attracted to the males, so they didn't have any eggs, so they were dying out.
Right.
And it was happening all over the world with atrazine that's toxic, and it was hurting humans as well, studies were showing, and very carcinogenic. So I said, see, I just don't want them putting things in the water that make the friggin' frogs gay. And I said, I'm not against gay people, I just don't want them putting stuff in the water that makes the frogs gay as a kind of a joke at the end, and then they just went crazy with that.
Well,
Turning the frogs gay.
Well, so here's what happens. I see a bunch of posts online where they're like, I can't believe he's crazy. The crazy thing is, on Reddit, you'll see people actually trying to correct people like, I get it, Alex Jones is crazy, but he's not wrong. He's exaggerating, but look at the study. And then the people are like, get out of here, you nut, you conspiracy theorist. I will say, though,
You're talking-
I believe updated studies they followed through found it's substantially less pronounced or not happening. I don't know the full details. I remember looking into it.
Well, let me give you an example.
But you're talking about a species that goes through metamorphosis as part of its life cycle. So influence from the environment and from things that aren't supposed to be there, it's completely reasonable to think that chemicals would have an influence on a creature that has so much that changes so much throughout its life, and it's not that
That's
far-fetched
right.
when you actually stop and think about it for a second.
Well, also, I'm pretty sure, aren't there some species of frog that can change gender?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So that's
Birds
just,
do it too, but what he just said is absolutely right, because when they're trying in science, I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. science to figure out how to regenerate cells. They look at lizards. Their tail gets bit off by a bird. It grows back. They look at frogs. But we have a little lake on my dad's ranch in East Texas, and he went like a couple of years ago to the state, and you get carp that have had a chemical put in when they were eggs, and just a few drops of it at the state level makes these big, giant, carp, but they're sterile just from a few drops of a chemical when they are eggs. And so that's exactly what he's talking about. And so
this is wild. I want you, just pause and reflect on the moment. We were just going to talk about how we originally planned on doing the show with someone on the left, and then within like 30 seconds, it was Thomas Jefferson was the leader of the Illuminati.
I got to find out if Robespierre was a plant.
Amazing.
Did they get to Robespierre, or was he actually crazy?
Sterile.
Do you know much about? Did the Illuminati put Robespierre in the French Revolution, or was he there and they co-opted him? Like what? Because he went haywire.
They knew a revolution was coming, and so Adam Weishaupt with another group of people basically infiltrated the Masonic lodges and got control of some of the European ones, tried to control the U.S. ones, and then Washington came and spoke out against them and exposed them. But basically, before they had intelligence agencies, they had secret societies. And all that was then the secret societies got taken over by the Illuminati, who said the royalty's weak, the church is weak, let's overthrow them. And then we'll infiltrate and basically get all the nobles to join us and a bunch of the rich people, because we'll have sex parties and supply them with prostitutes. And money as well, because there's a bunch of rich people backing it.
Well, so let me just I want to give you a compliment sandwich.
Thank you, sir.
You're very knowledgeable on a lot of these issues. You'll say stuff, and then we fact check them, and it turns out they were true. And it happened on Joe Rogan's show. It happened on the last show we did with you, where you were like talking about cows and cloning. And now for the middle part is, when you jump from let's talk about why people don't want to come on the show to Thomas Jefferson is the leader of Illuminati, is when you start to lose people. But I'll throw it back to the fact that you can't, if you're right about something, you can't not inform people because they won't understand.
There's a theory in mathematics called proofs, and what you do is when you have an equation, you show your work from line by line, and if you just give them the answer and don't show your work, they give you an F. Because the whole point of the proof is to show your work of how you got to the answer.
Exactly, and everybody else now just says that person's a racist. If they disagree with their politics, show it to me. Like if you read my articles or things, we show you links to it. Now you can disagree with the links. Sometimes we're wrong, but not on purpose. And where I made a mistake is, I don't know how big my show was 10 years ago or so. So there'd be a thing on 4chan or 8chan. We'd war game it. Oh, people say this didn't happen. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'd look at both sides. They can then clip that out, which I haven't done in a long time, and say, look, he just said this, because I was just looking at interesting stories. So I learned when Q came along, I said, this is absolute complete bull to set everybody up that they're part of a secret society so they can be led into all sorts of things, and so they don't get politically active because they believe we've already basically won the country back, if you saw Trump as a populist, a good guy, and that's all your perspective. And so then I was up front, never even read their theories on air, because if I said those, they would have snipped them out and said I said that. Hell, they still say I said attack the Capitol. They still say I was there and I entered the Capitol. The left does. And it was the opposite. I tried to stop it all. So I've learned to be very careful about what I say, because it will be taken out of context.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the biggest challenges is when I read the news all day, every day. And then we were talking earlier outside, we were doing an interview, and you say something about like Klaus Schwab, and I'm like, I have no idea. I haven't read that stuff. And then the funny thing is, I'm thinking to myself at this point, I kind of learned my lesson, because when you went on with Rogan, and he was like, Jamie pulled it up, and then you were right. And then you were here last time telling us about how we were eating cloned beef, and I was like, get out of here, that's not true. And then you pull it right up.
Oh yeah, I mean
Washington Post writing about it.
We had neighbors that owned an A&M sponsored lab system. They owned the property it was on in East Texas, and they had cloned cows 20 years ago.
Here's what I think, though. I remember you went on Joe's show before, and you were talking about like interdimensional beings and
that's the speculation,
human mutants and 5G, and that stuff was just off over the.
Well, I was talking about what the globalists believe, and then Elon Musk came on. That's like 4 years ago. Then Elon Musk came on and basically said that the elites believe that they're going to become gods. They believe they're going to force a human mutation and merger with machines. They believe that they are contacting, and that's why they're taking DMT and government programs to try to map other dimensions and see, because they're having government events and corporate sponsor deals. They have like IV dripped DMT. And I told Joe this 6 months before it even came out on the news, and I said it was going on in the 70s, as it was. There's a lot of people that were involved in it. And they would take, like astronauts, but it's interdimensional astronauts, kind of like in that movie that came out, Interstellar, where it's interdimensional. That's how the aliens are communicating with him, because he can't even grasp how it works. They create an interdimensional system he understands, to be able to reach through and communicate back through time space to Earth to give him the equations to build the spaceship. But what I'm getting at is the globalists are obsessed with that, and so they're not into interstellar travel so much as they're into interdimensional travel. And that's what the Aztecs and the Babylonians, all of them are into. But the only type of entities that will communicate with us are lower level, because higher level ones won't interfere in a developing sub-civilization. And so kind of like the space trash comes in, and it's more like a gremlin and just wants to see us kill kids and drink blood and do horrible things, because that thrills them interdimensionally. So that's why these creatures always ask for blood, always ask for children. Then they'll give you a little bit of knowledge they have about what they've seen and done. I'm not saying I've seen that. I'm saying I believe that. I've never taken DMT. I'm not doing that. The globalists are doing that. And
thank you so much for inviting me.
but I should shut up. The point is, but you're asking about transdimensional stuff.
I think the higher dimensional ones are communicating with us, but our brains as radio receivers aren't tuned to the right frequency to hear it.
Exactly. We're operating in a lower animal brain, and that tunes into to the demon channel.
Okay, so a few things I want to say. Okay, wait. So what
you can tune to channels. He's right, and the one we tune to is like.
Get food, get warm.
When you say globalists, there are powerful international interests who believe weird stuff.
Yes, there are a lot of powerful rich people that want to have immortality and want to explore and want to know the secrets of the universe. So they've paid trillions, the equivalent of trillions out since the 1850s to Sir Francis Galton and others to break on through to the other side.
Right.
Break on through to the other side.
So that becomes a bit more understandable, right? When you tell the average person that there's globalists trying to contact interdimensional beings, they're like, I'm out.
Well, the Nazis had a whole SS Castle where they were chopping people's heads off.
Let me just say.
Easy there, Castle Wolfenstein. What are you talking about?
Well, hold on.
Slow down.
That's true too.
When you say, though, there are wealthy people who don't want to die and they want to live forever, you can then walk them there like, they do the blood transfusions with young people. They're absolutely paying money. If you go to a poor person, or I should say poor, a regular working class person, and say, if I were to tell you billionaires are spending billions and trillions of their money
on young people's blood
to try and figure out how to live forever, would you believe me? They're going to say, yeah, of course, right? What else? Of course, they got bunkers in New Zealand. So, with that being said, have you ever seen Stargate SG-1?
No.
You would love this show. See, I'm going to spoil it for those who haven't seen it. It's a 20-year-old show. But so there's a secret program called the Stargate program, right? Basically, long story short.
I think I've seen the show like once or twice.
Awesome show.
The movie was really good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so in the show, the Stargate, it's built by an ancient civilization, and it's like there's a massive network of gates that you can dial in a certain code, and it opens up a wormhole to other parts of the universe, even other galaxies. And the ancients who built all this technology eventually ascended, became so evolved that they transformed into pure energy and moved to a higher plane.
Light.
Right, so they're like, when in the show, they turn to light and
that's what the globalists believe they're going to do. So they tell you through their movies what they think.
Well, so this is a TV show where in the show, there are the ancients who have ascended, the ascended beings, don't interact with the lower plane.
The Watchers.
Because they have a policy against interacting. But then, later in the show, there's the Ori, who try to get people to worship them to derive power from their worship. And they have emissaries and religious and priests.
They're psychic vampires.
Yeah. So everything you were saying, I was like, sounds a lot like Stargate. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch a lot of TV. I've seen a few clips of those like 20 years ago it came out, right, or something?
It was like 1997, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, this is like, if you read,
Awesome show.
If you read the texts that are confirmed to be King Solomon's, that they've now dug up, and found the Hebrew of, and you look at the ancient Egyptian stuff and all that, most of it was not what you call black magic to be destructive, but there were always schools that were into that who believed they were talking to destructive entities that would actually give them advanced knowledge if they paid them offerings. They didn't want gold, they didn't want silver, they didn't want rubies, they wanted human life. So, and so they wanted to drain interdimensionally off the torture of children, particularly power. That's where the Satanism comes from. That's why you sacrifice children to give the devil power.
Did I ever talk to you about Full Metal Alchemists too? I don't think so. You would also love that show. So it's a manga and anime, and there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh yeah, Full Metal," by cheering in the comments. It's a great show. Basically,
what's it called?
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So check this show out. You'll like it. Basically, long story short, I'm going to spoil it for you and everybody listening. Someone creates a homunculus, an artificial life form, right? They use alchemy to do it. This being eventually discovers that by using human souls, they can open up the gate to higher power. I'm very, very simplifying the story for those true fans.
Exactly. There's lower level entities that need us to get higher up in the ascension. That's black magic.
In the end, they do this massive transmutation circle that's going to kill like 4 million people, so they can open the eye of the moon, open the gate. Every person has an internal gate, so it's
and that's what the globalists believe. They believe they have to kill all humans on Earth before they can ascend to the transcendence to become light.
When Navy SEALs or Special Forces need fast access to weapon storage, they call Security.
But where do you get that? Like, where does that? Look, when you tell me that there's a letter from George Washington to William Russell about the Illuminati, I Google that and I see it.
Yeah.
LibraryofCongress.gov has it. But when you say that the globalists believe in dimensional aliens, how do I fact check this?
Well, I mean, if you want me to dig that stuff up, I can actually sit there and show it to you and bring you a whole file or email it to you. But if you study the Aztecs and the Babylonians and every other culture would go through from going to be hunter-gatherers to being an agrarian society. So now people sort of building towns and cities. They would always set up a priest class that would start taking drugs to try to find higher knowledge, and then they would get contacted by destructive entities that demanded the blood of children and women and sacrifice it. So every culture starts human sacrifice to Moloch or the winged snake. It's hard to pronounce, Quetzalcoatl or whatever, with the Aztecs. And I've been to
Quetzalcoatl?
That's how you say it. Yeah. And so I've been down to Chichen Itza. I've been to the other places. I've been to some of the other temples, and I've been to other ones around the world. And so every culture kind of hits a dead end where they start human sacrificing and demanding the firstborn, just like we see in Exodus, in the Jewish Talmud or the Old Testament. And they've historically gone and looked up Ramses II. His dad did order the firstborn of the Israelite males killed, and to a sacrifice to their god. And so that's the stuff. I mean, there's a Metallica song about that angel of death. And so that's creeping death. That's right. And
angel
so
of death is Slayer.
The expert.
No, I mean, I know Angel of Death is the song by Slayer about Joseph Mengele. What I'm saying is that is the angel of death and creeping death.
Yes.
And that's the Grim Reaper and all that. And by the way, you know what Fauci's last name means?
What?
It means the sickle.
Oh, wow.
No way.
I swear to God.
All right,
In
we're going to
what
look this up. It's going
In
to be
Italian.
true.
Google, please.
In
Liz.
Italian.
All right, we're going to look this
And
up.
the town he's from, the name comes from the 14th century during the Black Plague.
It means Jaws, according to this translation.
Oh,
Let's see.
Look at the etymology.
Etymology of the word Fauci.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fauci family name means in Italian sickle, and it means one who builds sickles and one who cuts. And but then if you go back to the Grim Reaper didn't start carrying a sickle until it wasn't Italy then.
He's
confirmed.
Right.
Yeah,
we can pull it up.
Italian surname derived from the
Alex Jones is always
Sicilian word
right.
for sickle. And
Do you know about the extended state DMT experiments they're doing?
That's the IV drip.
Yep.
And I told Joe on that show 4 years ago, about 6 months before it came out, and they broke the news because I pushed them to do it. That
It's not a corporate party though. It's a university.
Well, I mean, I knew because my mom knew people that were doing it in the 70s and 80s with the CIA in San Francisco at this big university group.
I guess.
I mean, I said that on Joe's show before it
Yeah.
came out.
Yeah.
And I was a kid. My parents were involved. They had friends that were research scientists, and they were talking about. One time I was asleep in the back of the Volkswagen when my mom, with her friend, was driving up to Arkansas to travel around and see some cool places. And I'm sitting in the back of the car listening to this, talking about how they're having groups of people take this, having the same experience going into these dimensions, talking to these aliens. They believe they're aliens, but that they're sneaky, they lie, they're basically demons. They're like clockwork elves. So I'm sitting in the back of the car hearing my mom drive along with somebody who's, they're talking in front of them. I'm 6, 7, 8, 9 years old repeatedly. And so these are research scientists in San Francisco in a university study, at the Psychedelic Research Institute or whatever it's called. I'm going back from memory. And then it's actually people on different hallucinogenic drips, long-term going in, like mapping everything and then coming out of it, writing it all down what they saw, then going back, trying to communicate. And the things I always say, we want you to kill the children.
Why? That's like that's where you lose me, right? It's like the weirdest thing.
No, I mean, that's
like it starts off with this amazing, fantastic journey of like through the back in the war.
Well,
back of the you go through the back of the. Imagine this.
Why do you think Joseph Mengele did it? Why do you think?
Okay, hold on. Like, let me.
What do you think these people are into?
There's a story about several children.
Sauron doesn't want gold; he wants children's blood.
Let me tell you a story. A bunch of children are playing hide and seek in their family home as their parents are out and about working. When one of the young children goes to open the wardrobe to go and hide, but behind in the back of the wardrobe there is no wall.
Narnia.
And they stumble. Hold on. They stumble into this amazing winter wonderland where a giant lion rises up and says, "Bring me the blood of children." See, that's where you lose me.
Well, no, they want the blood of the lion in that story. But
I know. It's like you start off with this fantastic journey. It's like they want to meet the interdimensional.
Listen, you asked for the proof. Every culture builds pyramids and starts cutting children's hearts out.
Everyone.
Almost every culture. The Druids, Africa's done it. The point is,
in Europe they did it.
All over the Druids. Whether it was Scotland, Ireland, what's England today, Germany, the Visigoths, what's Switzerland today. There's huge mounds of pyramids. They're in China, everywhere.
They did it in Asia?
And they dig into them, and it's children with their hearts cut out.
In Asia too?
Yeah. They stopped doing that as much about 5,000 years ago. But they did it first. But the whole point is, they always take hallucinogens, and then they put a string with obsidian through their tongue, and then just go, and then cut their genitals off. Well, that's the highest level for the Aztec priests and others. And finally, then they just commit suicide to the god while they're on drugs.
So you know what's really difficult is when you're like, Fauci's name means sickle, and then we look it up and it's true, but then you say that.
Yeah, most cultures finally decline. The priest class,
just laughing.
The priest class finally kill themselves. Look up the Aztecs drawing ropes with glass through their genitals.
I'm not going to look that up.
And that's volcanic glass, in case anyone's wondering.
I would recommend you don't look it up.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling
right now.
No, it's not. You'll be at the Madrid Museum of Natural History, where they have a whole area of it, and they have carvings that are 500 years old brought back from there of jumbo jets with the windows on it and the 2 engines.
I've got this feeling that the energy source doesn't want us to do anything. It's just there, and it's passing through this imperfect filter of the human body where we need to eat, we need to destroy to consume to survive. So it's got this taint, and a lot of really powerful people are using. It's like their own warped perception of what they think it's.
Yes, humans could be projecting because it only hits our lower brain that what it wants us to do is eat children.
So going back to Stargate, right? There's an episode where it's Richard Dean Anderson, by the way, great actor. He accidentally gets hooked into, very quickly, an ancient knowledge repository, which begins downloading all of the ancient information to his brain. But his brain is primitive and can't handle it, so it starts erasing his cognitive functions. And then he slowly can't talk, and just kind of like what you guys were saying. You get this energy from this all-powerful or interdimensional higher being. Our brains can't handle that stuff.
And it makes you chop your genitals off.
Okay.
And that's actually no. It also doesn't just say kill kids. It tells men chop your genitals off. That's a transmission you get. And then they do a final ritual where they don't just draw strings with their tongue or cut their ears off. Then they gouge their eyeballs out and then slit their throat.
But so you're looking back at this.
The highest level ritual for the high priest is to finally kill themselves. That's why you had some Roman emperors that killed themselves and stuff, but they'd already burned down the city.
I would get into these deep meditative trances in like 2012, 13, and I was hearing, I thought it was God, and I would hear die. And I was like, what is this voice? It's like this human, it's like it's vibrating in our atmosphere, and it's like the collective consciousness is being filtered into words.
And they're telling us kill ourselves. That's why Klaus Schwab goes, you will soon be very angry. What we have done is for the earth. Soon they will be angry. And they go, we're all just going to rise up and kill each other. They also tell us...
Okay, hold on. Schwab is definitely creepy, and he's probably a Bond villain. I've meditated a fairly decent amount, and I have never heard a voice in my head tell me to kill myself.
It only happened between 2011 and 2012.
Please.
So I'm telling you, it was a very specific period of history where everything was changing, 2011, and it must have been a collective,
that is the least mindful thing that I could imagine
I wasn't
experiencing when I'm trying to be mindful.
Do you remember the Kingsman, though, that came out where the billionaire is going to send a signal through their phones to make you kill yourself?
The movie, yeah.
And that's basically what the Great Reset is, to get us to hate each other.
I don't think that's it.
Pull up Klaus Schwab says, we're going to have a very angry time. Everyone's going to be very angry, but we will fix it soon with Great Reset, which is they're doing it all to overthrow, to cause a revolution.
That sounds very Russian. question.
I don't have trouble doing German, but he's German,
Alex.
Belgian. He has a mixed
creepy.
accent.
He's creepy. He's
I wonder,
definitely
but hold on.
Great Reset.
I wonder if you take it.
Yeah, the Great Reset never
To the
ends.
darkest
It is a
place.
cut, and once the cut happens, you'll never go back to normal.
Your face looked like him
say
for a
that?
second from over here.
I wonder if you.
vampire
Here's
babble.
let's try and everyone.
He looks like Nosferatu.
Deep breath.
Pull up Nosferatu.
Deep breaths.
All right, deep breath. All right, Phil, keep breathing.
So here, I'll tell you what I've said about you in the past. That
I said I was going to be calm.
You said you were going to be calm.
Come on, man.
Watch this.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You find a story, and sometimes you'll take this point of truth and stretch it too much. So, like the Great Reset stuff.
No, there are temples worldwide where everybody murders children and women and finally cuts their genitals off.
Where's the proof of that?
I mean, it's everywhere in every anthropological and archaeological.
No. I understand in ancient traditions and stuff like that. We
and
certainly have.
the globalists are obsessed with it now. I mean, the national Satan group came out and said, killing babies is our sacrament. We do it as a ritual.
Well, hold on. They're talking about abortion.
Yeah, to claim First Amendment religious rights to get around it, like Hopi's taking peyote, but no, they really mean it.
But hold on, that's what I'm saying about you taking a morsel of truth and stretching it. There's a big difference between a clearly political group using Satan because it offends Christians, and then trying to use that to, and it's also a religious symbol.
But I've seen their movie Hell Satan. By the end, it's really Satan.
But these people, the Satan group, specifically say they don't believe in Satan, they don't believe in religion, they don't believe in any supernatural entities, and they're doing it.
No, I know, and so did Anton LaVey. And believe me, they believed in all that.
The Church of Satan is definitely just like edgelords. That's really what they are. They're just like, okay,
well, it's not the Church of Satan. It's the other group that's really political, the Democrats.
It's a satanic temple.
Yeah.
Satan is
They're the ones
I follow
who are
them on
doing
Twitter,
the
right? The
abortion
ones that were just talking about the.
I have my
abortion
lawyer,
stuff.
Mark Randazzo, I think represents them. The point is, that's okay. They get their First Amendment, I get mine. But believe me, I've taken one look at those people and seen their movie, and the other like, yeah, we just do this. We think it's cool. It's all destructive. They're all very weak. They're seeking after power of this world.
But so I look at this group, and you look at their core principles, and how much you want to bet I'll read their principles so you'd agree with them.
No, I know it's human empowerment and all this other stuff. And
autonomy, individual rights.
But they support the Democratic Party, which ain't happening.
Right, exactly.
And they'll use the one freedom is, your body, but we want you to have forced inoculations. And we don't believe Alex Jones should have free speech. Ask him.
So I look at the...
Because they called my lawyer up and told him, we don't want you to represent Alex Jones, or we're going to kick you, fire. They said, fine.
They're
the
dead.
Satanic Temple did?
Yeah, I think that was the group, yeah.
The Satanic Temple people called your lawyer, or what?
Yeah, my lawyer represents the biggest Satan group in America. I mean, one of my lawyers. I got a lot of lawyers, but he's one of the top First Amendment lawyers. So if you're going to support people, you got to support them. You know,
right?
And so the issue is, it's like people representing Larry Flint. I don't like a lot of stuff Larry Flint did, but he published 2 of my articles that I wrote about 9/11 being an inside job, in Hustler. So I don't agree with the whole sex trade and all that kind of stuff, but I'll get my stuff published where I can. Just like people should come on here. It's a venue to talk to millions of people. What the hell is it? Oh, who's there? Who's it going to be on? A bunch of self-righteous, sanctimonious idiots. The left today are actually the oppressors of information. They're actually the people with their orthodoxy, covering up the horrible, evil megacorporations they run. They're totally cold-blooded, and again, run slave camps all over the world. We can name all their names if they want to fact check.
All right. Now we're getting back into modern politics.
Yes.
You see, so look, I gotta say it. All that stuff you're saying
is awesome.
It's funny. People laugh.
Oh, the right wing, super right wing fake Christians will go, Jones admits his lawyers, the church, the devil, and he's with them. They do that crap too.
But who's gonna believe you? Like you come out and you say a whole bunch of stuff without.
I could call my lawyer, Mark Randazzo.
I'm not talking about.
Type in Mark Randazzo.
I'm not talking about your lawyer.
Temple of Satan or whatever.
I'm talking about all the accusations you've made about the temples and the kids and what the Temple of Satan believes. I go to their website and I can read their principles. I go to their Twitter, I can see what they say, and it's like Phil was saying, they're edgelords. When you come out and you're yelling that they believe this stuff and they're evil. How do you expect to convince a regular person when you say the most outlandish thing from the get-go? It's
outlandish that the main Satan group in America is probably not too good? Okay.
Yeah, but when you say specifically they believe X, and I know it, but they don't.
Well, they did court filings saying it is our sacrament to kill these babies, and it's a ritual we do, and I happen to know they've
That's true. They said part of their ritual is abortion.
But I know people that have been involved at the abortion areas, even arrested several abortionists because they were doing stuff I'm not going to mention on air with 8-month-old babies, 9-month-old babies. Let's expand on this. Remember when I was on Rogan 3 years ago? And it became a big national story. It was a big national story. And I talked about Governor Northam in Virginia, very near to you here in West Virginia. And he was saying, well, we make a decision, not with law enforcement or the courts, but with the mother, whether we resuscitate the baby. That's a legal term of saying it's not a human. Then they keep it alive, sometimes up to 2 weeks, to harvest its organs. And I told people they then deliver the baby, sometimes living, to the research facilities where they're dissected. They have boxing matches with the babies while they're. No, this is a video of this. I'm not joking.
What?
They have the living babies and they boxing match them, and they also have sex with the babies before they kill them at some of these places. And this has come out in the news. I
have not seen anything.
I have videos of them with babies boxing. I have videos, and I have the federal filings that are admitting are illegal, where they get living babies, with still beating hearts at the universities. And then it's come out that some of these abortuaries do rituals with the dead babies and have sex with their bodies.
You see, like the way people treat baby pigs that work in those slaughterhouses. You become desensitized to the life.
Okay. So we got to stop.
I'm not corroborating. I'm just pointing something out.
So far off the rails, Alex.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. We can pull it up.
Okay, let me take it even further.
No,
we were going to talk about immigration.
Hey, I'm telling you right now that you saw it come out in the news the last few months that major universities got babies with beating hearts.
And this is what I'm saying.
And I told you all about it.
So
that sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? Because it is.
We pull up the stories on it. We talked about them on the show, and the way you describe it is like 10 times worse than the actual story, and it's already a bad story.
Yeah.
So in the story,
delivering babies with still beating hearts.
So
I said that years ago.
The story that was published said that there were aborted babies up to 40, I think 42 weeks, was it, right?
I think so, yeah.
Even though the standard pregnancy is 40. And we talk about the news, we talk about the revelation. It came out, which university was doing it? I don't want to get the wrong university.
They're all doing it, the big ones.
But then when you say like they're having boxing matches with these living babies, that's come on, man. That's
No, I mean, there's video of it.
Well,
where do people
remember?
Find that
Alex
kind of
Jones
stuff?
is always right.
No. Listen, I tell you all this. Listen,
this is why she didn't want to come on the show.
They had groups. Listen,
Shoe's mistake. I'm glad, man.
I know. I'm glad you're here.
I'm happy to be here.
Listen, guys, I swear to you, you can pull this up if you want. I can send you the video. You don't want to show it on air. That's why they got in trouble. They've arrested some of these people. They busted people in multiple states. I've seen the news articles for things I don't want to even mention on air, bro. Every culture ends up going down this road.
How did we get from like the left and the right to talking about all this craziness?
Well, I mean, you gave the reins to Alex Jones.
No, you're supposed to be here helping.
Basically, I am here for the ride.
We were talking about how like
he's like yes.
Exactly.
I just
like
help myself.
Alex Jones is going to be there. I am going to get a front row seat.
Let's not talk
to
about
the
babies.
most awesome that I have seen in ages. And here I am, just like.
Oh, you're awesome. Listen to this. Major big tech companies are the main users of slave labor of Uyghurs. 3 million of them, including Buddhist and Christian, are also held in China. It's all been in the news many years ago. Now it's all mainstream news. And these very groups lecture us about what words we use or our speech. And, this one company that's symbol is an apple with a bite out of it says, Alex Jones has been curated off the internet. It was the right thing to do. Last time I checked, I didn't lie about WMDs in Iraq. I didn't run slave camps in China with suicide nets around the buildings. And so we were having trouble believing that some of the people that do abortions, some doctors that do abortions, believe in it. They think it's a service. I can see their perspective, and they got a hard job. Okay, and I've paid for abortions, so I'm not a hypocrite in this many, many years ago, and I haven't done it since, and I've repented on it. The point is, I don't blame people that are deceived about it or don't understand the big picture or poor or scared or whatever. God judges the heart. What I'm telling you is that I've sat there and looked at the news articles where they arrest some of these abortionists because their own nurses will blow the whistle on them, and they're just doing ungodly things because some people that want to be there killing babies or killing fetuses all day long, some of them are into sick, freaky stuff, is what I'm saying. It's like some of those slaughterhouses.
Let me tell you, this is one of the problems. I talk to a lot of people with a lot of different political beliefs, and a lot of people who like to say, this group is doing that, and I'm like, instead of saying this particular group does this thing, is it possible to say that the person who does this thing happens to be part of a particular group?
I think that's totally reasonable. I think a lot of the Satanists get into it to be edgy and to say, hey, we're super libertarians, and screw everybody telling us what to do, we're going to be shocking. But I'm also telling you that there are a lot of predators and sickos that get involved in those groups, and anybody getting involved in it's crazy. There was a Huffington Post article, like 6 months before anybody even came out. Who's the actress that first exposed Weinstein? Now she's all over the place. Rose McGowan. Yeah, Rose McGowan. 6 months before Rose McGowan went public, I said about Harvey Weinstein and people like him in Hollywood that they abuse and do all sorts of stuff to women. Because I've been told about people that were involved and saw it. And I said they have cults where they brand women and all this other stuff in New York. I've been told that by people that I know they're very high level in Hollywood. And then it all came out 6 months later. I talked about Harvey Weinstein 10 years before anybody else did. So this stuff's actually out there. It comes out in court cases. It comes in, and that's what I thought.
But so a lot of these stories that we eventually do expose, like NXIVM, for instance, it's weird and creepy, but
well, it's a gateway into things. They were dominating and controlling women for their money, and they were teaching them to starve to death and not even have enough calories to be able to think straight, so they could then be turned into intelligence operatives to infiltrate other rich people and suck their money. So that was just purely turning women into zombies to use them as slaves.
Do you know who Nikki Klein is?
I've heard the name.
She's been on Twitter. She's been outspoken about this. A lot of people on the right retweet her. She was a part of NXIVM, and she says it's all manipulation and fake news. The media's lying for a sensational story and all that stuff.
Well, and I guess Harvey Weinstein's nice too.
Well, she didn't say that.
Well, but I mean, it's all part of the same. It's all people get into that Hollywood and things. A lot of them, not because they want to make art or whatever, like Orson Welles. They get into it because they want to dominate and control people and have power over people. And so I'm not saying everybody in Hollywood's evil. I'm just saying you look at what the art they put out and what they do, it shows a very sick mind.
So I actually was at, I think it was at CPAC. I think it was CPAC. I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't. But I met some people from NXIVM. At the time, I didn't know what NXIVM was. I don't think they weren't particularly prominent. But they had a news organization called The Knife. They called it The Knife of Socrates. I think that's what it was. And they said their goal was to fact check the fake news to stop the lies. That was their organization. Later, we found out, oh, these are part of the NXIVM cult. Like all that news that was coming out, they called it the NXIVM cult. And now Nikki Klein has become particularly prominent, speaking out, saying the media lied about everybody. They're manipulating everybody. It's fake news.
Well, and that's, again, just because the media, you were saying before the show, because the media lies doesn't mean everybody that says, oh, I'm good because the media lies doesn't mean they're good.
Right. So,
I mean, when I tell you the stuff I just told you, I could dig up the articles about stuff like that. I could send you the footage.
I think we should talk about America.
Yeah, let's not talk about negative stuff anymore.
Yeah.
We tried starting off with just talking about modern political issues. And the next thing I know, Thomas Jefferson.
Give them to Moloch.
Next thing I know, Thomas Jefferson's leading the Illuminati.
I know, right?
Did you look up Aztec priests would drag ropes with obsidian through their...
We're already on a list, Alex.
Here, I'll tell you the issue.
Oh, we're not talking about the archaeology now.
You're so far off of what we can actually discuss in depth when you talk about this stuff.
Oh, well, let's talk about how you moved out here and how it's great, and the exodus out of the big cities,
yes.
and how people are taking power back into their own hands, and how this whole forced vaccination movement is about a global ID. They're going to tie to carbon taxes to totally control us.
You need a PowerPoint, you know what I mean, to do like a 5-hour step 1, step 2, step 3.
I agree.
Show the articles, because right now I can just tell you, I hear a bunch of stuff that's like so far out there I can't even fact check.
Or I need a crystal ball.
Look at that.
Oh, snap.
Quartz crystal.
This is your secret power.
I actually believe that you
I
are
can
the
see the
crystal ball.
future with this. Fact check that. No, I can't see the future with this show.
Your bones are made of crystal as well. Hydroxyapatite.
I don't think his
Vibrating
bones
alongside those crystals. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
I love today.
Only on this show.
You gotta start talking, man. What are you doing?
I can't get a word in edgewise.
I'm going to be quiet for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. We got
right.
this.
Hi, how you doing? So, how about that border?
Oh yeah.
How about
Oh my God.
Let's talk about what's going on
I
here.
want to preface this. I'm generally an open borders kind of dude. Like, I really think that there should be getting into the U.S. should be a lot easier. There shouldn't be the waiting lists and stuff like that. It should be easier. I do think the U.S. has the right to say we're going to accept these people or accept this person and not accept this person. But what's going on at the border? That's a lot of people that are in a precarious situation.
That's Mad Max.
Living under a bridge, like that's rough. So.
Oh, and more caravans have shown up.
Yeah.
Recently?
So. The guys from Fox down there are putting up more and more videos.
Yeah.
People are just walking in.
Tens of thousands showed up in Reynosa, 200 plus miles away, going to McAllen.
Is the biggest part of that story or this story? Is it the people coming to the border that are being essentially just disregarded by the the federal government, or is it the federal government's response? Is it the FAA saying that you can't have drones in the air?
Cover it up,
and
yeah, that was
the
Biden.
fact that
He reversed it, though.
Kamala Harris had talked about being in charge of the border and has not been down there to look at this at all. I really feel like, as much as I feel for the people that are at the border and stuff, I feel like the big part of the story is the administration's lack of a response, unpreparedness, and I mean, honestly, ineptitude.
I
They're
don't
not
know if,
taking
I don't
care
know
of
if
their job.
ineptitude is even the right word, because they know there's a problem and they're not doing anything about it. Now you've got this video of these Border Patrol guys on horseback, and one guy was apparently like whipping one of the.
It was a lasso.
It was a lasso. That's what I
Yeah.
thought it was. I thought it was a lasso. He's trying to it's crazier.
Well, it's crazy, but it's better than whipping.
Oh, for sure.
It is.
Well, I
better
mean, what
than
do you?
whipping.
Here's the deal. In Russia, you cross the border, they shoot you. Or North Korea, I'm not saying we should shoot these people, but you have to understand the third world's collapsing. They already broke Europe's borders, the very same UN group. That's what's directing this, and it's beyond just scientific neglect on purpose to break.
You're
our
5
borders.
sentences in, and we're edging real close to Illuminati. You start talking about the EU, and I know where you're heading, Alex. I know where you're heading.
I'm giving you all the real knowledge. Here's what happened. Biden in early March of 2000, said, if I win the election, immediately surge the border. And then now they've basically been letting everybody in. They say they have flights deporting people. It's barely happening. They're letting in unaccompanied men. They're letting criminals
So
in.
he didn't say that verbatim. Like, what did
His
he
exact words. He said, he said, when I win the election, all of you that want to come to the United States as refugees, immediately surge the border. Just type in Biden called for migrants to immediately surge the border. There's a video. It was in the debate with Trump. And he also did a press conference and said it again.
Yeah, but Kamala said don't come.
After.
And then they meme the crap out of it.
That was after, though.
And it was
There
hilarious.
was also a Chicago Tribune article about it.
It's important to look at
I'm gonna come.
the response. That is important because we're Americans. We have control. We have some semblance of control. But also just the fact that when economics start to falter, you're going to see mass surges of immigration and migration, which is extremely dangerous for a species. So we got to look at it systemically.
Let's fact check you, Alex. He thinks he can come on this show and start spouting these things as if we can't fact check the guy. Okay, Alex, how about this? From the Chicago Tribune. Biden called for the border search.
I got the audio right here.
I know, I have it. He's got,
Always right.
No, watch. Well, not always right. I make mistakes. Here we go. We got some hope. Here we go. Look at this. Our ally needs our help.
Well, it's out of context, but he's talking about the southern border.
no,
That's what you're saying?
It's not out of context. Oh. Let me just read the quotes.
Yes.
So I Google searched it, Chicago Tribune. Ramos, are you prepared to say tonight that you and President Barack Obama made a mistake on deportations? Why should Latinos trust you? Biden answered, criticizing Donald Trump's handling of migrants, saying, quote, I would in fact make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says, if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. Flee they did, and the article goes on, and come they did, surging. Some came wearing Biden T-shirts reading, Biden, please let us in.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's one thing if you're a real refugee. They just call everybody that gets there legal. I've had my team down there, and I've been down there 3 times this year. My team's been down there like 10 times at least, and we're going back. I mean, it is literally road warrior. I mean, it is crazy town. And let me tell you, the Border Patrol gets shot at, they get attacked, and they get told, okay, at least stop people and put them under this bridge or over here. And so, yeah, how do you stop people when you're in swamps and weeds and they're running through with a bag on their back? You're supposed to stop them. And so the guy's got a lasso.
That's a desert down there. It's not a swamp.
What's the Rio Grande River? It's I promise.
The river?
I was just there.
Okay.
He's fact checking me.
I mean, it's Texas is
West
well known for
Texas.
being.
Yeah.
You're
West
right. You're right.
Texas.
Right. It's like a 300-mile border with Mexico, and by the time you get out west, it's totally Big Ben's beautiful. It looks like a spaghetti western, but that's our big. It's like California has a valley. It's called the Valley, and it's a lot of it's big trees, swamps, rivers, onions, strawberries, potatoes are grown down there.
That was just so random. Big trees, swamps, onions, potatoes.
Onions are awesome.
Grapes, citrus, lemons, limes, grapefruit. I mean, it's
Farmland.
It's the third largest citrus producer in North America. So you got Florida and California, then Florida, then third largest is the Rio Grande Valley.
You know what I think we're going to do here? I think we're going to
fact check the Rio Grande Valley, third largest citrus producer in the United States.
We're gonna put on a couple onions in a pot every day just to get those caramelized onions just throughout the day. You know how they do that at diners? Yeah, I think we should do that.
No, but seriously, I'm going to be quiet for 5 minutes now. Hey,
Yeah, Texas is the third largest producer of citrus. It says it's Texas, but
you
you're
get
saying
Alex
the majority of
some
which is grown in the Rio
Yeah.
Grande Valley.
Get him some
Sure
caffeine.
you eat
So
coffee?
Alex, it's Texas.
Love
They say that Texas is the third largest producer of citrus, majority of which is grown in the Rio Grande Valley.
What's that stuff you take to fall asleep?
Melatonin.
Melatonin. Can you guys get Alex some melatonin? Not
hey,
to fall
I
asleep.
told you we're the third largest citrus producer. I get what he thinks. Everybody thinks what they
right.
think. They think it's a desert. Half of it's a desert.
Oh, no. I'm just saying that you're I think you're already caffeinated.
But see, they think I'm making this up. I'm not. You know, as I'm saying, is reality's way crazier. People don't.
That's amazing.
I yes and no. I think reality is fairly routine, and I think people want to believe they live in a magic, like there's fantasy, there's an adventure, there's a dragon they gotta slay, and in reality it's like you wake up, you tend to your chickens and your tomatoes, and you eat them.
I agree that the farmer way is the purest way, but then farmers have to get together and go to war because the goblin forces sometimes go over the hill and attack you. And that's why we have freeworldnews.tv.
I've noticed this phenomenon when people get super rich, like billions, and then they start to like get rudderless. Like what else is there to do? And then their minds start to wander. And I hear like very, very wealthy people get into the occult because of this. Like they're just like they look for like out there, like it's real. So
Yeah, but
I don't
not-
put
not-
anything
not-
past
not
what's
the-
crazy
not
these
the
days.
Yeah, Led
occult.
Zeppelin got into it.
Can
The Alistair Crowley.
can we just not deviate off of
I'd like
political
facts
talk,
and proof. I would
talk we're
prefer.
talking about with borders and the republic and the strength of the union and so anyway, I feel
Now
that sometimes
back to the breaking
I
of the
feel-
border by design.
I feel that sometimes people get rich, they start to wonder about like what is there to do, and then they become grandiose megalomaniacs who think they can use their money. Like Jeff Bezos divorces his wife, Mackenzie Bezos, puts billions of dollars into critical race theory and other insane ideologies.
Well, that's to create division and enslave us. And that whole act is, we're liberal, we love you, but then they take their money offshore and basically pay almost no taxes. But then they fund critical race theory because they're hiding behind black people. If you see all the main corporate sponsors now, it's black people. Well, I want to be nice to black people. No, that's a big, giant, ruthless corporation behind that.
Actually, I saw, I don't know if you guys saw that Black Lives Matter was actually going to protest that store where the hostess got into a fight with those black women. So
Did they? You said they're going to, or do they?
They
still
announced
intend
a
to?
protest.
Are they going?
Yeah. So Hank Newsom, he's the Black Lives Matter guy in New York, announced they're going to be protesting this. What is it called? Carmen's or something?
Yes.
So basically, there were 5 women. I think they were all black women, and they tried to go into a restaurant. The hostess apparently told them their vaccine cards were not real. Now, I believe that hostess was probably wrong, and I believe she was being racist. I genuinely think this. Because if their vaccine cards really were fake, don't you think after the fight the cops would have checked and been like, whoa, forgery cards, you're under arrest? They didn't do that. Here's what I think. You see that viral video of the black family, and they're getting checked by the...
Kicked out in New York. It's terrible because they don't have the vaccine card.
But he points out, while he's filming, he's like, all these other people, you didn't ask any of them for their vax cards. I believe it. Because they keep saying in New York that the black community is the least likely to be vaccinated.
Because of Tuskegee. They don't trust the government.
But regardless of that, they keep saying in the press the black community are the least likely to be vaccinated. So what happens? Racial profiling.
You're right.
There's this restaurant, and some black women show up. They say, here's our vax cards, and the lady says, no, that's fake. You can't come in.
Because they've already basically demonized. I agree. I think black folks are very, very smart not to trust medical tyranny when something's being forced on you. I think their instincts are right.
No, but these are women who were vaccinated.
I understand.
And the restaurant lady...
I was talking about the black family.
Well, they cited a religious exemption.
Yeah.
But
by the way, have you heard now? Biden is talking about they will decide what's a religious exemption and not. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Well,
that's the First Amendment.
No, I'm sorry. Biden is the sovereign. He decrees, and it is so.
Can you repeat the great thing when I interviewed you today for my own little podcast?
Which part?
Out there in your green room, when I entered your actual natural
The
Outdoor
forest, you
green
mean?
room.
The
Yeah.
great points you made about Biden are true. The 3 ways he's becoming a dictator.
Well, so I said that the republic is falling, and I did say this on my show earlier, but for those that didn't hear it, so there's it's hard to know exactly where the line is when you can say the republic has fallen, but I think we can see it now. And the way to describe it is like a supernova. It happens, and we don't know for how many millions of years until the light finally reaches us. Oh, look, a supernova happened. 10 years, 10 million. So the collapse happened, and now we're gradually, the light is making its way to us, but it already happened. So let me explain.
Exactly. The borders are collapsing,
So,
all of it.
right. So the first thing I'll say is keep in mind the borders. But before I get to the borders, I'll say this. And everybody who watches probably heard me say something similar, but there is no separation of powers anymore. Joe Biden violated the separation of powers by passing Congress by enacting the first eviction moratorium, which stood for like a year basically.
Where the CDC says you don't have to pay your rents, but most people only have one rental property and they go bankrupt if you don't.
These are retirees. So what Biden did with that executive order was effectively seize private property from the public without any resistance at all and no checks. But so that bypass, it's an act of Congress. There's a lawsuit. The Supreme Court says, Biden, this is an illegal ruling. You can't do it. So you know what Biden did? I'm going to reenact it again anyway, thus bypassing the legislature twice and the Supreme Court. But he did it again with the new OSHA rule and the vaccine mandates. Once again, the sovereign has decreed, and everyone in this country, not everybody, most of these businesses just go along with it.
Which makes it criminal bullying.
Well, let me get to the better points. What can you do? You as a peasant can petition the courts and say, I have been wronged by the sovereign decree. And if the court agrees with you being wronged, they perhaps may tell the sovereign, try again.
And then he does it again.
And what did the Democrats do? The Democrats are trying to use a budget bill to give citizenship to non-citizens. Now, the Senate parliamentarian says, you can't do that. And what does the left say? The Senate parliamentarian is wrong and it's tyranny. I don't know. I think the Senate parliamentarian it sounds crazy that someone can be like, you can't pass a bill. But for the Democrats to be like, instead of negotiating with the Republicans, because they're the minority and we don't have to, they use workarounds because we have two distinct cultures in this country fighting for centralized power and a sovereign at the top who's ruling by decree. How do you know the Republic has fallen? With all of that being said, illegal immigrants are walking back and forth between the southern border for carry out. Yep. When it can be so casual, they can go to get tacos and then walk back into the U.S. and then go back for tacos again the next day. There's no border. There's no jurisdiction. The president is ruling by decree in complete defiance of our laws, our norms, our traditions. And the left says the right's radicalized for rejecting it while they support rule by decree from Cuomo, from Wolf, from Gretchen Whitmer, from Newsom, and they reelect Newsom.
So how do we counter that?
Well, I don't know how familiar you are with James Lindsay's work at New Discourses, but he talks a lot about an essay by a guy named Herbert Marcuse, and I think it was called I forget the name of it, Liberal Tolerance, or not Liberal Tolerance. That was a book by Jonah Goldberg, I think. Repressive Tolerance, that's what it was. And essentially, it's the thought process that the left generally says that anything that is done by people of the left is acceptable, and they'll make excuses for it. And the right, anything that's done by the right, has to be shut down even before there's any action taken. So even conversations about what would be considered right-leaning ideas, those must be shut down. And anything that the left does, that's why you saw all last year Antifa and the riots that were going on throughout the U.S. The whole of the liberal media and stuff was making excuses, mostly saying it's okay because it was from the left, mostly peaceful. And then exactly. And then anything that the right does is made to seem as terrible as possible, and that's part of why anything that Donald Trump did got enormous amounts of criticism.
And January 6th is a great juxtapose because that was wrong what happened. A few people got out of hand. I said it was wrong day one. But then they're like saying, whoever says demonstrations are peaceful and go out and harass people, go out and attack them. They said that. And then I'm there trying to stop people, and the left are putting bounties out to have me arrested. That's a great point.
That was Cuomo.
Yeah.
Chris Cuomo on CNN, right? Who says protests got to be peaceful? And that dude was like, it's the First Amendment.
But Maxine Waters had said the same thing. Go out and harass politicians and go and harass them when they're eating or whatever. And that has always been minimized and said, people say, it's okay, or it's not that big of a deal, or they make excuses. That book that was In Defense of Looting, all that stuff has been, all of this is a pattern that's undeniable. That makes it very clear that if you are of a left-leaning opinion, or if you're in service to left-leaning goals, it is okay, whatever you want to do. It's there. You're not going to get criticism. You're going to have the vice president raising money to help bail you out.
So here's the question.
Because that's what Kamala Harris
did.
The
question. Where does that go then? Why is the establishment and the big corporations funding that move? What are they planning to do? What are they wanting out of this?
I think that really what it boils down to is it's the easiest path to some type of authoritarian control or more power to the federal government. We've got the largest government in human history, and if you think that the government isn't interested in affecting what you're allowed to think, because that's what they do.
Want to destabilize things and have a limited civil war, so then they crack down on everybody, and the left doesn't get that.
Not only that, but you look at what happened with Nicki Minaj recently, right? So she says things that are either off the wall or wrong or whatever, and the White House is reaching out saying we'll have someone. Why on earth would
Are they so afraid of somebody having free speech?
And why would they be? Why would they make time for someone that has a bad opinion or a wrong opinion that they'll actually have the White House reach out to them? Obviously, it's because she throws a wrench in the narrative that they're trying to promote. But the idea that the White House is so interested in trying to control what people think
is very un-American and very dangerous.
It's really dangerous. I agree totally. It's very, very dangerous.
And you brought this up before, and so did you before we came up here. And this is something I didn't even know about, because I read a lot of news. And I heard people saying, did you hear how certain people at my office like a week ago, Alex, talk about how Facebook, they're like handing me piles of papers, and I was busy and didn't read it, how Facebook has 5+ million people that live under other rules than the other 3 billion people that are on there. So when you told me, I looked it up, there's the Wall Street Journal, how there's a secret elite who they have speech but nobody else does.
Yeah, we got to hear from CNBC. Facebook shields millions of VIP users from standard moderation protocols. They would have to. If we've been talking a lot about tech behind the scenes for fun.
Because they can override the censor because they have their own platform.
Well, so it's if you want an outcome, if you want to control for an outcome, then it can't be truly random. So we were talking about like lotteries. So lottery games, scratcher tickets, they're not random. They can't be. So there has to be an algorithm, an underlying algorithm, because if you want to control for the outcome and make sure only X amount of people win, so you retain more money than you spend, it can't be random.
Sure, the house always wins in the end.
So when it comes to Facebook and guarding the VIPs, it's really simple. They need a certain set of political discourse they deem acceptable to control the outcome. But of course, these people are going to say things that are breaking the rules, which is why on Twitter it's very obvious. On Twitter, the left breaks the rules over and over and over again, but it's acceptable. So Twitter is doing the same thing Facebook does. When we learned that Facebook has VIP users, should I be surprised? It was over 3 years ago, I showed Vijaya Gadde and Jack Dorsey themselves the Antifa account that was like, go here and do these things, and they were like, we're not taking it down. Like, they left it up. They banned people who responded to it, but the tweet from the left calling for violence was allowed to remain.
And isn't that the ultimate form of bullying when you've got big corporations with paramilitary groups out firebombing things, and then they tell people that aren't even, I'm not even thinking of myself as a conservative, I don't think you do, it's kind of a mainline kind of populist liberal journalist, and then you look at them and they're all wrapped in this mantle, they control everything, and they're going to keep you safe while they've got factories with suicide nets around them. And it's preposterous.
Well, but,
and then the CNN and the New York Times says I should be banned for stuff I've said out of context, but they purposely lie about WMDs, and then millions of people die from starvation.
There's two things to consider, two potentialities. If it's true that there is a cabal that has as much power as they do, and they're running things for a specific reason, why would this show be allowed to exist?
Well, that's because still a lot even of the establishment are pro-free speech, and this is a process. And the last time I was here, you actually taught me something really smart, and if you go back to that dialectic you were discussing about how there's a wheel, and how the reason you're being left alone right now is because they haven't moved the wheel yet until you're not acceptable, and then it's the next group and the next group. So I was the guy 4 years ago they taught us it's got to be banned, and then down the road it'll be you, and that's why you're smartly building your own infrastructure, your own plan. Joe went to Spotify to do kind of the same thing. I've done the same thing with Band.video, which they banned that link, so it's freeworldnews.tv. And so that's really the renaissance, is always moving away from the empire, trying to set something up freer. It's always free for a while, and then we become what we ran from.
Yes. So the other point I was going to say is that, so there's actually, I'll say another point on that, but I was going to say there's two things. One is, why would they allow this to happen? Well, it's one potential answer is, as I described it to you last time, for those that aren't familiar, there's a wheel, and you've got right wing, center right, centrist, center left, and left. And when I started, they called me left wing, even with the same opinions I have now, like saying, I like universal health care. I think there's problems with implementing it. I'm pro-choice. My political opinions are relatively the same. Then all of a sudden, they started calling me a centrist. Now they're calling me right wing. You've been banned. Steve Bannon's far right. Tucker Carlson's now far right. Eventually the wheel will turn again, and I'll become, far right. And then once that happens, they lop off the one side.
And then it's Nazi at the end.
But the other potentiality is, I don't know the quotes from. I don't know if it's Michael Mouse's quote. If they were winning, the propaganda wouldn't be necessary.
Oh, I totally agree. Listen, they can't do too much and turn us all against them. And that's already kind of happening. So that's the real answer. And there's also different power structures in the elite. There are billionaires and people out there that aren't tyrants and that believe in America. So it's really a handful of really ruthless select corporations that Klaus Schwab used to run the Bilderberg Group. And I remember it wasn't until 10, 11 years ago the media would even admit Bilderberg Group existed. People would say, Alex, that doesn't exist.
That's the weird thing.
And then he went and he asked Davos, which is the public arm of that, and he used to run the UN biological diversity system. So he's really the head of the UN program. And so it's a corporate takeover through fake leftist ideas.
The crazy thing to me is that during Occupy Wall Street, Bilderberg was a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
And then a few years later, it was like, Bilderberg, who cares? It's whatever.
Well, they got smart instead of just denying it existed. Because I remember the New York Times, like 12 years ago, they were meeting in Chantilly, Virginia, Bilderberg. We stayed in the hotel till they closed it. The King of Spain got there. They saluted him. I got out, and there were Marines there guarding in plain clothes. They flipped out. They had helicopters, Secret Service. So they went to my hotel, threatened me, all this stuff. It was insane. Pulled a fire alarm on us, said we did it. At the other hotel we were staying at, did it one at the one we were there. It's a long story. The New York Times said Alex Jones was in a field in Virginia imagining helicopters and men with sunglasses. I put out a film called Endgame that showed all the footage in multiple countries. It took me 4 years to make, in Europe, in Canada, and then in the U.S. Put the film out, and they're literally in the New York Times saying Jones is insane, having a full-on hallucination at a Chantilly, Virginia conference hotel. Okay, so I'm seeing the King of Spain. I'm getting video of the Queen of the Netherlands. I have the video, okay, and then they're saying it doesn't exist.
You know what the hard part is? There's the assumption that the collapse is on purpose, that all the problems are saying on purpose, and then the assumption that Joe Biden is just a crackpot who's fumbling and destroying everything. And
well, they do that on purpose, so you think he's doing it all while you're losing your freedom, losing your borders. Globalism's coming in, and then he's.
So let's think about the ramifications of what's been happening over the past couple of years. People working remote, good thing or bad thing?
Good, generally, I think. Decentralization.
Yes, they just shouldn't have the right to make us do it.
I agree. Authoritarianism is bad, and that we're supposed to have,
They want to teach us that we don't have the right to mobility, but I agree, a mix of it's good. But see, they get a lot of people on board with their martial law, saying, "Hey, don't you agree with telecommunicating?"
Well, so this is one of the reasons this is good is it's going to make sure that parents are with their kids. Now more kids are going to be actually being taught by homeschooling, but not just that. But the kids are going to be watching their parents work.
Studies show if you're highly educated or highly informed and active, like you have a competent crew of people, that'll make you better. That doesn't make the average person better. It's breaking down. Production's going way down. That's what they're trying to get people back into the buildings. You need to have that synergy of groups of people.
Yeah, we need to go away from working hourly now and work towards project completion. So it doesn't matter how long you take. You're working from home. Take your time. Get it done.
That'll
only
work in certain circumstances, though. There's certain things, project completion, like that doesn't work for every circumstance.
So most people can't do it. I mean, most people aren't top 3 or 4 podcasters like you are, or successful musicians. I mean, I'm sorry.
No. What I'm saying is, people dispersing off of cities, good. People being around their kids, good. People learning personal responsibility, good. People experiencing hardship, can suck, but good.
Necessary.
Yeah. So now we're seeing a lot of things that are bad because of the authoritarianism. And I think, if we can be pessimistic about it, we can obviously resist the authoritarianism, make sure they don't do anything that's they're doing a lot of things that are destructive. And what I mean by that, I mean just like various special interests in corporations that are buying up properties, that are hurting the little guy. There's a big challenge in this because, one of the things that we were talking about, Alex, before the show is something called windshield phenomenon.
Yes, that's... Because you tell it better than I do.
We've talked about it before, but it's basically if you go driving, you get less bugs on your windshield. And so it was really interesting to hear you talk about it because you sound like you're concerned about overpopulation and climate change when I ask you about this stuff. Not necessarily like...
I am absolutely concerned about the environment and conservation, and I drive all over Texas. And I remember 20 years ago, back when I was a child, whether it was in the fall, whether it was in the spring or the summer, your car would be caked with bugs. And now I drive out to our East Texas property, where I go quite often, and I mean, I'll drive in the springtime when there's the most bugs. They're all hatching, and there's like 2 bugs on my windshield. I used to have to pull over at gas stations twice and clean the dead bugs off. There used to be bees everywhere. So definitely we're killing the planet. But the very globalists that are telling us to give them control over our lives are the ones that are saying, oh, we're just going to transcend and merge the machines. We'll make 1,000 planets. We're going to rewrite the entire Earth. They're on a power trip. They're going to become gods. Ray Kurzweil talks about it, all of them. How I don't believe in gods yet. I'm going to become one. And so they're the very ones that are handing out all the weapon systems and the ones that are doing all these things, trying to keep people dumbed down and poor to control us. And then they tell us, oh, give up your life force, give up your own life, because it'll save the Earth. You're going to live in austerity. You're not essential. You live in a 200 square foot coffin apartment while they live in giant palatial mansions on the ocean, telling you the sea level is going to rise and you're going to die. When really that's not what's going on. What's going on is they're saying, oh, you're bad for the Earth, so you shouldn't have a life force. You need to just crawl in a hole and die so we can inherit the Earth. You need to admit the Earth's in trouble, has problems, come together, innovate with real technologies. But they call those disruptive technologies. All the real stuff they've got, they've been suppressing. That's a whole other conversation.
I think that humanity, for our inception or for the long time, has been super racistly annihilating other life on Earth, like the all these Neanderthals. I imagine humans wiped out the Homo florensis, the Neanderthals. We wipe out all these animals. We're in this mass extinction because for safety. We don't want to die to some saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah, that's like people on a ranch. It's like they just, when my dad was a child, they killed the last wolf in the county. And they would like get all the permission to go over 20 people's property. They'd be hunting all night in the freezing cold and finally spotlight it and kill it. My dad said he felt sorry for it because they had an instinct. We had to kill every varmint. We got to get everything.
Since we've invented radio and TV and been able to watch ourselves and learn about what we are, what I am, we've gained this new level of consciousness where it seems like people really care about our species and the Earth in a new way.
I completely disagree. I really think that just because we've been able to, just because we had technological advances, I don't think human beings are in any way significantly different than they were 1,000 years ago. Evolutionarily, there has been nothing that has forced human beings to change. As soon as we attain the ability to affect our circumstances, our surroundings, as soon as we became able to clothe ourselves, feed ourselves,
we just got weaker.
Maybe that's arguable, but evolution doesn't work without some kind of outside force, right? Like, so humans haven't evolved because there hasn't been a reason for us to evolve since we've been able to since our thumbs and our brains allowed us to create the world around us.
Well, do you call it evolve or devolve? Because we've definitely changed.
What about just volve?
Well, I'm thinking of, so like the way that evolution works, or at least that my layman understanding is, it takes an outside pressure,
and it usually happens in big jumps because there's a big pressure.
Sure, but it takes an outside pressure to make a species or an organism evolve. As soon as human beings became able to create things, whether it be, and I'm thinking before the Industrial Revolution, probably as soon as we...
But the key is we change our environment. We terraform.
We control our environment as opposed to having to adapt to our environment. So I really don't think that people are significantly different now than they were.
And that's what the globalists are doing, is they are using our ability to work with tools and change our environment for us to trick us into an environment that will extinct us, because they believe they're making this new Homo sapien that's going to merge with machines and transcend. That's their transhumanist religion, and they have a real religion that they're going to use us like rocket boosters on the space shuttle to get into orbit, and then we're going to fall away.
So you're talking about religion, and that's one of the things that I think is not different. People tend to say, and I'm referencing what Ian was talking about, humans have evolved to this different space, or we've become aware, and et cetera, et cetera. And I don't think that we have, and I think that religion and the way that people treat the state nowadays is evidence of that. So religion is ubiquitous with human beings, right? Every society throughout all of human history has had some form of religion. So it's not just that a society came up with it. It's that religion goes hand in hand with human beings, even societies that are separated by different times, different areas and stuff, different places on the planet that never had any kind of interaction. They all had religion. And nowadays, people have basically assumed that the state is their religion. As you know, when Nietzsche said God is dead, that wasn't some triumphant thing that he was talking about. It was like he didn't know what human beings were going to do.
And the next thing was Hitler.
Well, he predicted communism and he predicted Nazism, and the way that people treat the government, and especially now, you see it, I think, manifest with the whole COVID.
Let me take that full circle.
I wanted to address what you were saying about evolution of humans.
Good points.
And then becoming robots and all that stuff. You know, I gotta say, look, when I was growing up, I remember watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, and as a young man growing up in the United States, me and all my friends seeing the show always looked up and wanted to be the Borg, right? That's what the show's about, how the Borg is great, and you want to be a mindless automaton with the Borg queen who controls you and you have no say-so.
No, I don't agree with that.
Oh, really?
No, but let me expand.
You didn't want to be the Borg?
Let me say both these guys are right. It's a complex system. They use sociology and they use anthropology and behavioral psychology to figure out religions we believe in, so we'll follow their system. But the globalist religion is scientific elites using us as guinea pigs to try to transcend to the next level, and that is the transhumanist 2.0 eugenics movement. And so they're all...
It's all alien religion.
We should. How about for the member segment, we let you just give us the PowerPoint presentation of all of that and breakdown.
I'll try it tonight. It's a lot of points, but the thing is, a lot of people do hit that point of caring about communal and humans and projecting on the earth and transcending all of that and not being selfish. And so they manipulate good people, and I know them too, saying, let us have control, we'll save the earth, let's not be selfish, don't you understand? And then you give over your will to them, believing you're part of a group with this new religion to be depopulating or to be cutting back what we're doing to save the earth for the greater good. But if you go back to actually most ancient religions, the pagan religions before Judaism and Christianity, and you see Abraham there, God says, sacrifice your son, and then he goes, that's not needed anymore, that's a lesson to stop human sacrifice to the Jews, by God. And so, however you see that goes back to the environmentalists. The pagans were always killing children and women and men, and the Druids would sometimes demand the king's son or the king. If there was no rain and no crops, they would sometimes say, we've had 5 years of no food. The gods want the king to be killed now. And so it was all this mumbo jumbo. Oh, the sun didn't come back. A goblin ate it or a snake ate it. We've got to have a bunch of bunch of sacrifices so that so the snake spits the sun or the moon back up. And so that's what was going on there. So it's full circle. The UN talks about in 1960s documents that I've covered on air, we're going to recreate paganism and recreate human sacrifice and make them love depopulation so that it'll be, and that paganism was the way to go. So see, it all just comes back to full circle.
Part of me wants to believe we live in this fantasy world that's much like Full Metal Alchemist or something. I just don't see it. I think it's much more routine and boring than people realize.
Well, that's because of Western civilization decided to up production and make life better and empower everybody compared to other systems. It's not perfect, but it's the best. And the globalists look at that and say, this is making everybody fat, dumb, and spoiled. Let's give them artificial wars. Let's give them artificial poisons. And let's be the wolf that calls the overpopulation of deer. Let's come in and give them survival of the fittest, social Darwinism. That is the globalist religion, is social Darwinism.
And artificial money. That bothers me that they went fiat with the money. Nixon took us off the gold standard.
Which gives them all the power.
And the Federal Reserve, it gave this massive amount of power to this upper structure to be able to create infinite amounts of money at will.
And now they can buy everybody off.
It's not about creating infinite money. It's about being able to extract resources and labor from people with them in agreement to it.
To fake money, to basically.
Basically, when you
get nothing. But
no.
They're giving you nothing, getting everything.
It's an invisible tax. The printing and borrowing of money causing inflation. You sitting there looking at your bank like, my number is fine, but the milk keeps going more and more expensive because they can use.
And they get the first use to the money. They get to buy companies and patents and land and ideas and people, and then you get the inflation later.
I'm fully convinced that there's no running away and there's no charging directly at it, but we have to pass through it with this decentralized internet.
Well, I just hope the globalists know their plan's not going to work. They need to back off this. They're just going to cause giant wars of everybody killing each other. We'll probably start between Pakistan and India, and it's just...
Isn't that what you just said they wanted?
What?
People just killing each other?
Yeah, but the weapon systems are too dangerous. That's why they want to depopulate everybody right now, before they have that big war, because they know there'll still be such large populations.
You know what's really crazy? We see these movies where you have these massive battlefields of like tens of thousands of people. We have millions of people living in cities. When you look back at these stories in history, like the Revolution, and you hear about what happened, this battle on this great battle that happened on the hill, and we imagine like just waves of thousands of soldiers charging at each other like in the movies, and there's probably like 100 people. Because there were substantially less people back then. The United States had 2 million people at the time of the Revolution. 2 million. Yeah. So when there were battles going on, it wasn't like grand armies of 50,000 marching towards each other. It was a couple hundred.
And I want to point out, it's not that they want war. I don't think they want people to kill each other. I think they want less reproduction. I think that's the Great Reset is about less.
They want us to phase out.
And you're saying if it's mishandled, it could cause global catastrophic war.
It sounds like they want people. So you know what I always wondered? Have you followed the van life YouTube stuff?
Yes.
So this was really fascinating. There was this one woman who, I guess she quit YouTube, but she gained like 1 million subscribers in one day off one van life video. And everyone started asking, whoa, she did one video and she gets all, I think she did 2 videos. She did one video and she got a bunch of views. Second video, kaboom, 1 million subscribers. It's like the fastest growth anyone's ever seen.
Because people want freedom.
No, because YouTube said there's a glitch in the algorithm. That's strange. Why was the algorithm promoting van life? And so you have to wonder about YouTube propping up videos that tell young people to sell off all your possessions and go live in a van.
They will get you in debt.
I
totally agree.
I'm in favor of that idea.
That's like, no. It's freedom. It makes sense, but they want micro houses, micro apartments, and van life. Sounds great, but they want you to get deeper into debt. They don't want you to basically have any type of future. And so again, they manipulate the thing.
Listen, vans suck. Okay, I spent enough time in a van.
Professional van.
Yeah.
When we were getting started, vans suck.
Yeah, with multiple people, I got a nice van.
Well, your van is for
toilet.
one person.
While the left wages war on fossil fuels.
How many hours have you lived in a van, Phil?
No, but hold on.
Or at least hundreds. Hundreds.
So I think about it this way, and having come from more humble means, I suppose.
Probably thousands.
I love the idea of a tiny house with my own little fishing hole and humble living. And
but they're not going to have that. Yeah, they're not going to. I mean, they're telling them just go live by the river, and knowing statistically you'll end up being homeless next.
You know what I think? There's a large portion of people who can't support themselves, and so what do we do? You know?
No, that's it. And so they say, don't just be homeless. Live in a van.
Let's do some quick math. When they do promote, when the Great Reset, when the Davos people say you will own nothing and you will be happy, that's literally a quote from the World Economic Forum. They said that about the year 2030 or whatever. What will life be like? So let's think about something real quick. Can the average person who owns nothing survive? The answer is no.
Well, they're going to make you sign on to the universal income and then dictate you be sterilized. That's admitted.
Well, that sounds like Fallout, the original game. I don't know about all that stuff, but the problem is, Alex, I wonder if what you're pulling off is a Trojan horse. Like you've found these stories that sound crazy but are easily provable, right? So you're like cloned beef, and we're like, no. We look it up, and it turns out to be true.
I never played Fallout. No, I mean
But then you say, good. But then you say one thing that we can't check, and we're like,
I'll tell you right now where you can pull it up. Type in United Nations. Well, just type in UN developing anti-fertility vaccine or proposals for universal basic income and sterilization.
All right,
and they're proposing it and they're saying that.
We'll go nuts in the timcast.com show. We should do super
I want to
chats.
keep going, and I want this guy to get to talk. He's awesome. Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah,
yes.
we're gonna do super chats. So you
People
go to the
are
bathroom.
wondering. I'm gonna take a piss.
Do it.
We're gonna read super chats. Yeah. You know
Second
what?
door on the left.
We'll read super chats if you haven't already. Smash that like button. Many people already have. And make sure you go to timcast.com because if you thought this was crazy, we actually have Alex Jones Unleashed. We were like, we need someone to help, come in and Phil's just laughing.
And I'm just pouring gas on the fire.
Yeah,
Go.
Oh, man. So I'm not going to read every single super chat that said Alex Jones was right. There are a lot of them. Just a Steve says, where's Michael Malice and G. Edward Griffin at? You guys are killing it. Keep up the good work. I mean, that sounds fun. Do we have plans for those two?
Malice toward the end of October. Yeah.
I wanted to get Dave Smith in here with G. Edward. I want to see those two together. The
That'd be cool.
Libertarians at it. Yeah,
that'd be really cool.
But Michael Malice works with everybody.
All right.
He's great. He's the best.
Yes, he is.
Powder PZ says, no, seriously, no joke. I'm trapped. How do I escape California?
I mean, you just leave.
What kind of trap?
As much
One
as
step at a time. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, like,
slowly and then all at once.
It's a lot easier said than done, but like, if you really want to get out of there, I mean, whatever you're doing in California, you could probably do somewhere else, and it's probably cheaper to live somewhere else. So,
I think it's a good idea to download a survival guide. I downloaded 2, and you can download the entire contents of Wikipedia.
Whoa.
Could you imagine if you had the entire contents of Wikipedia, like went back in time in the 1600s?
You know, that's smart. With the way the world's working, the next big thing Dave was talking about doing is how the terrorists are going to launch a big power outage, which will let them have the Great Reset even bigger. Everybody should
Alex is back from the bathroom, guys.
This is exactly. These are along the lines of my thing, because you're like, how do we get out of this? You got to evolve the currency from money to electricity.
Before his ass hit the seat, he's like, Davos is out.
Okay, you guys. All right, okay.
You know, here's my problem. I'm trying to warn people.
We got a question for you. Crandall Logan says, Mr. Jones, I don't have anything on human animal hybrids, but have you heard anything about the animal hybrids? Spider goats at Utah State University. They are goats that produce spider silk in their milk to be removed in larger amounts for body armor.
Yes, I covered that 28 years ago. Wow. And people didn't believe me because 27 years ago, I had the director at an Army base with a private research lab who was proud of it. I saw it in some research magazine nobody knew about. And I got him on. He got in trouble with the Army after it. But yeah, that was in upstate New York. They had like over 1,000 of these goats. Their milk, they look like regular goats. It's just that they have the spider gene in their milk-producing glands, in their mammary glands, that puts out this protein they can then use for body armor. And then like really strong ropes and stuff like that. And so now they've upped the larger production. They have cows for at least 20 years in China that produce human milk.
What?
They're part, yeah. The big thing is, see, you have animal rights movements, you also have human rights movements, so that they make humanoids that are only like 1% animal. But now it's a gray zone that has no rights.
Wait, humanoids that are 1% animal?
Yeah, so it's really a human.
The other way around, or what?
No.
I know they do the pigs. They're doing pigs, where they're trying to grow human organs in pigs for transplant.
Yes, but they also grow the humanoids. They just don't roll that out and advertise that, but it's in all the research papers. It's in a lot of research papers. I mean, I was reading about human-animal hybrids 25 years ago. Type this in: human-animal.
Well, we got to do super chats.
Well, they asked, human-animal hybrids are chestating on U.S. farms. That's MIT, came out like 3 years ago.
Chestating, C-H-E?
You want to pull it up?
Gestating, yeah.
All right. We will go through all of this stuff.
There's one thing I want to say though. Whenever you're ready, just about the general.
I want to.
Yeah, I mean that's the headline.
The people
TechnologyReview.com.
The people who are, is it NewsGuard certified?
I don't know.
The people who are super chatting, I want to make sure that we get the
NewsGuard is Microsoft. It has to be authorized by Bill Gates. Does NewsGuard authorize the Bill Gates hangs around with Jeffrey Epstein lied about it?
I got fact checked for saying that Bill Clinton flew on the plane. They called it false.
That's on the log.
I know, but it's like, and so when I argued with the fact checker, he was like, well, it sounded the way you said it was different, so I called it false, and I'm like, but it's true.
Well, again,
let's read the super
Who
chats.
checks the fact checkers?
Yeah, great question.
Well, we have filed for a nonprofit fact checking organization to quite literally fact check the fact checkers.
I will trust your fact checking.
Yeah. I mean, we'll do our best. We're going.
I'm not going to trust Snopes.
It's gonna be like an encyclopedia where we show the article, we'll like actually show what we're questioning, and we're gonna create a list of these different news organizations, a score 0 out of 100. So we're gonna randomly sample 100 articles from like the past month or 3 months or however long, and then we're going to go through them looking for violations of standard journalistic ethics. Give them a strike if they do, and then it'll be like 67 out of 100 articles reviewed were considered, good, ethical journalism.
Wow.
And then we'll show the list of the unethical journalism. A lot of it's going to be opinion. A lot of it's going to be just like, this is an opinion piece. This is an opinion piece. And if it's an opinion piece not labeled as opinion, you get a strike. If it's factually incorrect, you get a strike. If you try to harm people, you get a strike. So we're going to be doing that. But let's read some more.
Bud Light name, but it's
Joshua Ferris says defund AFGE. Federal employee union dues are not mandatory for representation. I don't see why any member would give them a dime after this. Federal unions are notorious for defending the worst employees imaginable, and yet some of the best employees might be lost due to this mandate.
I mean, I have something to say about that, surprisingly. You have these unions that have sold all these jobs out, and now you have these unions saying, yeah, let's forcibly inoculate federal employees, but then Congress and their staff are going to be exempt. It's out of control. I mean, how do they exempt themselves from vaccine mandates? That's total discrimination. And when we think about the race or something, or what color we are, that's all a distraction I found when we're all having our basic rights screwed up.
Mount Romer says, in the beginning of this conversation, Alex Jones dropped some serious red pill history bombs on you. Fact check it. All right.
Yeah, the Illuminati French Revolution stuff is key.
Did you look it up?
I started to. Yeah, I was reading a little bit about it.
All right. Let's see. Where was I at? I thought I had something pulled up. I guess it got jumped. Yeah, I must have jumped. YouTube. Hey. A lot of people are just saying they like you, Alex, and that you're right. There's a lot of people saying that you're right. Sonny James says, did Werner von Braun wrote Project Mars? Okay. Dr. Werner von Braun wrote Project Mars: A Technical Tale.
Is that Sonny James, Jesse James' daughter?
I don't know.
If it is, hi, Sonny. Friends with my daughter.
Oh, okay.
Really nice lady.
Guess the name of the fictional Mars ruler.
That's Elon.
That.
It is.
But let's talk about that. What was the question about Werner von Braun?
No, it wasn't. She was saying he did write.
Elon Musk's father wrote Werner von Braun wrote a book about the Elons that rule and the dictator being named Elon on Mars. And then Elon Musk's father named him Elon. So it's a big question.
Elon Musk wants to go to Mars.
Yeah.
He's going to be the king of Mars. L, five? Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. The crazy stuff Alex Jones is right about makes me worried there's actually interdimensional child-abusing vampires. I just thought regular Democrats were bad.
No, I mean, a lot of cultures believe that you hurt children and energy is released. And they can feed off that energy. I'm telling you what some of these people believe, and I'm telling you what's in archaeological sites around the earth. So why do humans... Because I have no desire to cut children's hearts out. I don't know why this keeps happening.
I would advise checking your ego, because when that power flows through you, don't twist it.
You know, a lot of people, Boss Troll says the Project Veritas COVID video dropped. You should watch it before the corporate overlords take it down.
I just want to say that I'm glad to know that Alex doesn't want to cut children's hearts out.
As most people should agree, they don't want to do that.
And I talked to Veritas chief like last week. They said this is going to be so huge, the corporate whistleblower, and they think this is the thing that may get a ban. So once we know what's going on in Overdrive,
so what we'll do is once we wrap up here, I think for the members thing, we'll just play it. And we'll all watch it in real time and react to it.
Sounds
good.
We'll
be able to hear it. So, Rionin Taka says, Tim is already triggered that Alex wasn't wrong. You know, that's the challenge, because some of it's like, that sounds wrong, and I look it up and it's right.
But that's not true. That's not true. Joe Rogan did the fact checking, and he figured I'd be right about most stuff, and you know that too. So it's fun. Tim likes me. Tim is not insecure, or he wouldn't have such an obnoxious person on.
Oh yeah, we had Zuby on the show, and he said vitamin, and I said you pronounced vitamin wrong. He goes, no, I didn't, and I was like, yeah, it's vital mineral.
Are you seriously going to report me like that?
I was wrong, and I was like, oh, he got me. I don't care if I'm
wrong. No, but I mean, the idea,
Alex Jones, you'd have been right.
Yeah, but you're not like, it's fun to fact check me and see if the crazy stuff's true.
Yeah.
Believe me, I make mistakes sometimes, especially as I've gotten older. I'll like mix like two different things together. I have my memory and I'll get it wrong.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah, everyone that listened to the show should fact check everything.
Yes.
Anyway. Every time.
And that's the thing is people are allowed to say what I mean. If I want to say that I've been to Mars with Elon Musk as a joke,
nice to be, bro.
Say it. Or if I want to, I mean, then I'll be known as a discredited person. People have their right to free speech. That's one thing Bill Maher said about me. He said everybody gets free speech, including Alex Jones. That's the way it is. They said, oh, how dare him? Because he understands his bread and butter is free speech. And I don't think
the fuck, man? Why to report in front of me like that when I'm sat here?
That's not speech. That's calling for a violent action.
No one should be. There shouldn't.
I didn't even drop these.
The reasons
Nora used my dragons.
Are I mean, they should be obvious. You want to be able to.
I can make these only.
Like, you want to be able to tell who the bad people are. You want people to feel comfortable to say what they believe, so you can be like, I don't want to be around that guy. He sucks.
Yes.
Why can I make only 3 of them?
Braden T says Shu went on Tower Gang, which is a libertarianish posting pod.
Tonight?
She's not afraid of CC, cancel culture. It's about being pushed by serious ideas that scare her, in my opinion. Oh, I don't know. I'm not familiar with Tower Gang.
I'm familiar with Tower Gang.
What do you, are they
they're just libertarian.
No items,
like
by the way. Oh, there is one.
No, whatever. T-Get says, I desperately want a Phil Labonte screaming, yes, ringtone. Name
Clip
your
it.
price.
Yeah.
Clip it.
NFTs. The next world.
Yes,
There
sell
are
it.
NFTs. All that remains NFTs coming. So.
Oh, cool.
Solid.
That's
All that remains.
Could we NFT episodes of the show or something?
You know, I bet we could.
But like, what does that mean? You get a digital
You own the
copy?
original digital copy, yeah.
No, they wouldn't own the original digital copy. We would, but they would own the NFT version.
Of the original NFT.
That's the weird thing about NFT.
Or the only NFT.
But what happened to the so-called left is they got taken over by the corporations. They want to be on the winning team. I mean, how is being anti-free speech?
I have no idea,
it's just
by
our
the way, where is
platform.
the cake of
And then
ale?
now
I feel like
Senator
I missed
Rand
it.
Paul
Most likely missed it
talks about
somewhere.
natural immunity
But
being better, and so
yeah,
his
this is
video in the
hard
Senate gets
to
taken down.
understand
I mean,
for
that's
that,
dangerous,
so.
folks. And I can't believe Congress has put up with this. Everybody talks about how great Rand Paul is. I think he's doing the bare minimum. He gets like an A-. Everybody else is getting like an F, including the Republicans, because the truth is they're all getting paid off by the same people.
We have a lot of
It's really,
levers.
really out of
A
control.
lot of levers.
I'm trying to find some good questions. It's
Solo
hard.
yellow, solo.
Because a lot of people
no.
are just saying Alex Jones is right. Alex
To
Jones is right.
Alfred.
It's like we're trying to convince the population to get on our side.
Solo
Or I'm trying to
Forsaken.
get them to get on my side because, yeah, people are getting twisted, but it's like a dance. I don't want to dance. I want to just tell them the answer, but they want to see
Okay.
me dance because they want to enjoy it,
I
and then they'll
guess.
believe me.
I'll tell you the answer. Bill Joy in 1999, co-founder, owner of Sun Microsystems, worth $4 billion at the time, probably worth more than that today. He wrote a big article called "Why the Future Doesn't Need Us" for Wired magazine. And he
12.
endorsed Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber. It was part of the CIA MK Ultra mind
So
control
it's a
program.
superior
That's another issue.
dark
That was
something, I
declassified.
guess.
And he said, I went to a conference with 200 or so other billionaires and tech owners, and we had a vote after 3 days. We decided that we just don't want to keep people around in mass anymore. We're not just going to let them play video games and do whatever. Really, it's not good for the earth and human life. When we're not stressed enough, it's not worth anything. So the group consensus was we just need to get rid of the majority of people. And so we can all sit around academically and go, yeah, there are a lot of dumb, lazy people. But,
Okay.
in that act of playing God, it's really, really evil. You can go read Why the Future Doesn't Need Us, Bill Joy, and see that for yourself.
Mystic Fox says, Tim, if you will put all the proof of Alex's claims on your site, I will subscribe to your website. Okay, I will hire an Alex Jones reporter who will just research.
I like that. It'd be me.
No,
You can hire me.
We're gonna hire an independent. I want to find somebody who recently
Advice.
got laid off from
Jones,
like
Jones.
Vice or something, and then make them do nothing but watch Alex Jones videos.
Yeah, there's probably people that already memorized
did
the.
you-
And I would love to see my score. I want to get it up. I want to, get my score up higher.
No, but we can. I think actually, it would be really cool to bring on somebody to investigate.
How many workers do
break
I
down
need?
Conspiracy theories on the web and like
The
do a
wisps
fact
are
check of them,
literally
show-
everywhere,
show
and
the
I
source
still
of the
don't have enough
conspiracies, the
lumber.
Ideas, the proof, the claims. Because I feel like when you go to the
Jesus
mainstream media,
Christ.
often they use like semantic tricks.
How much
So
more
it'll
do
be
I
like,
need?
did Bill Clinton fly on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein to pick
No,
up
he
ice
was
cream?
inside of it.
False. They didn't get ice cream. They flew to, whatever island.
That's exactly what they do, or they do stuff. I mean, there's so many examples of it, but they'll say, Alex, because they'll use me because I'm seen as, quote, not being credible by, they think, the mainstream. So they didn't fact check the Senate report. They didn't fact check the Wall Street Journal that said it. They go, is it true that Biden is now going to watch everybody's bank account for any $600 or more and every transaction above that? No, it's not true. And then way down at the bottom, it's not been implemented yet. It's just a proposal by him. And it's like, crazy.
The actual thing is, if you have 600 or more in your account, they're going to track every
Something like
transaction.
that.
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, all I was doing was like reading the Wall Street Journal, and I went and looked at the proposal. It was true. I didn't just believe them. And then I'm like, yeah, look at this idiot. He wants to do this. That turns out he said
items
Biden's currently
already?
doing it. Well, I mean, it's like he's trying to do it. I mean, it doesn't even matter. But that's what they do.
Many items.
Here's the deal. I'm not consciously trying to lie to anybody about anything, and I'm not some super evil right-wing dude. The left got mad at me because they think I got Trump elected, and quite frankly, I don't think that's the case. And I'm not backing away from Trump. I was really upset with Trump pushing this vaccine. I knew they'd try to make it mandatory. At least he isn't for it being mandatory. But he wants to believe he did this big heroic thing, and he's up there saying, this is totally effective. I love it. It's really wonderful. Well, according to the Israeli studies, it's not as effective as 100%, but we're not allowed to say that on YouTube. In fact, it's totally effective. You'll live forever.
No.
We'll
We'll put it simply as Fauci has been having discussions with Biden's about the requirements of booster shots due to reduced efficacy over time.
But we should be able to say Israel's done the most studies. It was a big government study, one of the biggest ever conducted. And they're saying that, I mean, you can pull up the article.
Oh, yeah, no, we've talked about Israel's data. It's horrible.
I was once 39 years old.
And then...
Speaking code, everybody speaks in code online now. You think about how we're in the Soviet Union.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you know.
I think psychic energy is... I think psychic, it's real.
Oh, there's definitely the 100th monkey syndrome. You know about that?
Yeah.
No.
They were washing yams. It wasn't coconuts, it was yams. Monkeys on an island, and then eventually,
so does anyone know which
100
load do I
monkeys started
need,
washing their yams, like one of the monkeys, and then all of a sudden
Teal
around the
left the
world,
game.
these other monkeys on other islands started washing their yams.
Why Teal left the game?
Yeah, they even had islands. I think it was in the South Pacific, like 30 miles away, and the anthropologists and people were watching it, and then they're sitting there looking at this, I guess, animal behaviorist, like Desmond Morris types. And then all of a sudden,
like 10
as
or
soon
12.
as a group called did it, like
right?
broadcast it, they were doing it.
No. They didn't broadcast anything. You guys didn't understand. It was a patch.
Updated.
Yeah, they updated the
1.7.
The simulation updated to include, monkeys wash yams. Some developer came in. He was like, I don't know. Over the weekend, I just made a thing. It's a cool feature where they'll wash yams, and they're like,
well, that's how the globalists see it. Is they see in the Hegelian dialectic, you have your libertarians, your right-wingers, this group, that group, gay, straight, black, white, old, young, and all of it are just levers and movements that they didn't start or even control, but now through dumbing people down and by all the propaganda, they just see all those as movements they can play off against each other, and this is actually
I have 6
a big
upgrades
simulation they're trying to make
I'm
with the
fully
AI
upgraded.
and the computers. You know about the founding of the internet,
Fully
right?
upgraded.
In 1960, the precursor of DARPA, this was ARPA.
He leaves
This
the game.
big psychiatrist, super brain, like a 200 IQ, I forget his name, look it up. He created the intergalactic communication system, that's what it was called. And he said we'll have big computer terminals.
Oh my God.
Handheld. And then
What
we'll
is
use
this?
that with big screens everywhere that we'll have by then. He was saying about
Kaiser and
2020
Linus are the only one
and
in the
then they
game
would be
right
able as
now.
behavioral psychologists to control all of us with our handheld computers that are watching us and tracking us, and when they make us daily, be able to have our job
I understand why
downloaded into the main computer.
It's a chain reaction.
I think it's something different than couldn't see that far in the future.
Of living.
So
I-
DARPA came along
I know why.
system for it, for all of
Just
this
left,
to create
no
a
fucking
hive-mind
reason given,
AI
just left.
interface that they wanted. And when Google got set up in 1998 with the CIA InQtel funding, they actually admitted that was their plan of the human neural interface with this computer system to teach it how to be, through machine learning, an interface with humans.
That's confirmed.
Let's read some more super chats.
Intergalactic Computer Network.
it
It's
up.
J.C.R. Licklider, the first director of Processing Techniques Office at the Pentagon's ARPA.
Let's see. Iman says, I haven't seen Tim this frustrated in a long time. LMAO. Alex Jones definitely needs to be on more often. Glad I got my Timcast membership as I feel a YouTube ban is coming soon. Us basket of deplorables need to stick together.
Hey, Tim is welcome on my show, and so is everybody else.
We got to figure out this Texas trip because we have the trailer to do.
This guy's come on the show, and he'll beat me up on it for talking too much.
You guys are both Texas.
We've got
I'll definitely go on your
we
show.
got
actually.
a
I've
fifth
been on
wheel
your show,
trailer.
actually.
You have been.
I was on when Milo Yiannopoulos was.
I remember.
Was hosting.
That's right. That's right. And I'll let you talk a little more then.
Yes,
In fact,
but it's okay though.
you're being nice. Talk right now.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be
Weird.
rude. First of all,
Don't be
and
rude.
second of all, I thoroughly enjoy the tales that you spin, especially when we go ahead and search and find the kernel of truth in this.
Well, about the intergalactic communication system, that wasn't a kernel.
No, I get it. I'm not. I get it.
I mean, I've read like
Computer
500
network.
pages from ARPA.
Yeah.
They also
so wild.
The Matrix is an actual Pentagon plan. Did you know this?
No.
The Carnegie Endowment, which runs the CIA today, always did set it up. Now the former director runs it because they're fully taken over. They said to end war, they wanted proposals. And in the 70s, one that they looked at in 79 or 77 was at birth to put us in tanks where our own heat powers it. They'll have robots in these farms that grow the food and all that. It was more limited, just a quick proposal. Matrix expands on it. And that will end
where's
all
my
wars. It will
boat?
be in a virtual reality, so there's peace.
Oh, my boat got destroyed, I think.
Well, that was the Pentagon plan, and then they declassified it in 2000, and then they asked for it to be reclassified.
What if we're in the Matrix? What if the simulation isn't for fun? What if the simulation is the Matrix? And all the monkeys washing yams was because they updated. There's a glitch.
It's possible as things are fractal, but I think that we really got to take it seriously. Like they're trying to put humanity in a matrix right now. It's really
that's why working at home's bad. It's good if it's free. And they can surveil everything you're doing online. And now you notice all the big companies from Berkshire Hathaway to Microsoft to Apple.
15 is so scary.
Finally got it last month.
He's level 18 now.
And the media focused on them saying we're being sexually harassed or being mean to us. That was a small part, which is important that shouldn't have happened. But the main thrust was they make us be on the iCloud and they see everything we do and they talk about it. And our bosses all have access to us. In a class system, we're against this.
You know what the dangerous thing is? The word they. There's so many definitions of what it means.
Well, it's the new super technocracy class. And so once you're at home on a computer, they all make you go on, and now they're, quote, activating the microphone, activating the camera. Same thing happened to Richard Snowden in the CIA, where the guy's watching him bang his wife and later tells him
Edward Snowden?
Edward Snowden. Yeah. It says his name, sorry.
They did that?
Let's read some. Let's read
See, I made a
more.
mistake. What did I say, Richard Snowden?
Yeah.
See, I made a mistake. There you go.
Mr. Obvious says, here's double for Alex Jones. In my opinion, they aren't refugees, they're economic migrants. America has around 40 million people below the poverty line. We need to take care of ourselves. We need borders. Tell Alex Jones I love him.
No, I totally agree that most of these Haitians have been in South America and Colombia and other areas since the earthquake for 4 or 5 years, and the new one hit, obviously. And they were in there complaining in the news, in the videos, in French translated, they don't give us enough free stuff in Colombia.
18 CP.
So now we're here for the free stuff. And imagine, they're here with cell phones, they're here with money to buy Topo Chico and enchiladas and bring them over. This is the middle class of Haiti that left there. I don't blame them. And then went to South America, and that's collapsing under lockdowns. They said the lockdown is making us starve. We have to come here. So again,
we have a very important question for you. Alex A says, why is Dragon Ball Z the greatest anime and Naruto is the second? And lastly, why is Black Clover and My Hero Academia tied for third? We want the truth, damn it.
I have never really watched Dragon Ball Z until they take that thing where I go Super Saiyan or something.
Saiyan?
You go, like that, and that's all.
And your hair goes gold.
Yeah.
Spikes up.
So that's a little bit of fun there.
Can I actually kill
all right, let's see.
Golden One using only satyrs?
I swore I was going to come
Let's find out.
You were.
It's all good.
You're an animal.
It's actually down
Maybe I can.
Sense of the
all right,
word.
I bet I speak for the rest of the interview in a British accent.
Oh, gosh, I'm scared.
You're like a Zen master, dude.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. So
all right, Zen master. It's very good to be here with you, Tim.
Oh, my gosh.
Incredible to share some intellectual ideas with you.
That's very good.
I must say, this facility is quite mansionous in its grandiosity.
Have you ever taken psychedelics and like just meditated and had like just gigantic transformative experiences?
Yes, when I was very young.
We should do that. Let's do that again. Let's get young.
Get young.
Let's lay out on the golf course and take 5 hits of acid, 3 hits of peyote.
Well, let's go. Let's microdose. Let's start. Let's go real slow.
You said you want to have a giant transformative event.
I'm interested in ayahuasca. I think it would be amazing for society to have a high-profile ayahuasca journey with the dieta leading up to it, the 10-day fast, and it could be incredible. And you're coming.
Ayahuasca could be scary. Tim Pool, you want to take ayahuasca with me?
No, I wouldn't.
I'm ready for this fight.
No, I'm not into that stuff.
Maybe
I like hearing about it. I like the research, but I wouldn't.
Would you sit with me sit with us while we're doing it?
Yeah, I'd film it.
But a lot of it you're crapping and vomiting.
That's the most obvious
But a lot of that's because the dieta wasn't
I would
followed.
film it.
If you fast for 10 days, you
I
don't
want people
really
to watch,
puke
see
as
what
much.
happens.
It's all that shit in your system it's getting rid of.
That means it's working.
Well, let me tell you,
Is that
after
what
10
that
days of not eating, I don't know what I'd be like.
Yeah, you get vegetables with no salt. That's basically it. Sauteed vegetables
I'd
with
be
no
crazy
salt,
too, yeah.
no sugar, no bread, nothing. And then I think the ayahuasca treats you well.
Have you done ayahuasca?
No, I sipped on it when I was in South America. I could feel the DMT rush coming on, but I haven't taken it.
It's like smoking it. You didn't take the third hit.
No, yeah, I was just it tastes like grass. It was really bitter, like grass, like eating grass.
Joe Danker says if Alex Jones didn't exist, we'd have to invent him.
Guys, I'm just telling you crazy factoids out of history here. I just love, when I interviewed you today, you were bringing up the fact that they tried to cancel me and everybody else. And all it's doing is forcing people to build their own thing. I think that's a very American thing, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you're going to be so down with the Fediverse.
Alex brought me out into the woods, and now I got allergies.
He actually might fight me, yeah.
Slaying me.
It's your new green room. It's a very nice woods you've got here.
Yeah, pretty beautiful woods. Pawpaw everywhere. Pawpaw. Yeah, little pawpaws. I didn't think we had that many. And then you walk into the woods and they hit you in the head. They fall down. Crazy.
I ate a pawpaw the first time I was there.
Good, right? It's like a mango, avocado, banana all mashed in.
I was like a little monkey, and I ate it out of my security guy's hand.
I love it. I love this mental.
Is it that true?
So I am going through the super chats trying to find good questions. The challenge is there's a lot of them are just like, hey, Alex, Phil, big fans, we love you, love the show. And so I don't want to not read everyone's, but...
No, I want to read it all. I want to be here all night.
Well, no, I mean...
You do have me not drinking. This is what Alex Jones not drinking.
I love it. There's too many. And, here's one that's very, very basic. Under 100 calories says, if you guys thought of making an app, and for Alex, have you heard of the podcast Zedcast? They're big fans. We are working on an app. Have you heard of Zedcast?
I have seen a lot of stuff. I forget the names, but it does ring a bell.
Scott Kundell says the most powerful weapon in 1869 was a Krud machine gun. 76 years later, the A-bomb. 1945, 76 years later is now. Do you feel the A-bomb is still it, or propaganda advancing in that same 75 years stronger?
Well, yeah. H.G. Wells wrote long before we went into the 20th century. It was like 1880? Yeah. They wrote about atomic
the spikes were
weapons.
damaging me so much.
Max Planck and the German physicists had already by 1898.
How the fuck the spikes were damaging me so much?
Quantum mechanics for atomic bombs. Then they were able to purify it and get it, and then the Germans almost got it with their light water reactors, and then of course we had our systems here with the whole Manhattan Project. And so the atomic bomb is 1898 technology. The hydrogen bomb is, theoretically, was 1920 technology, but deployed in the 50s.
I think I can get it now.
The Air Force let it leak in the
worth a
several
try, I
papers
guess.
they put out about 10 years ago that they've actually harnessed and developed antimatter bombs.
Let's go.
But they've only theoretically tested them, and they think that they would probably destroy the whole solar system.
Well, I don't know. So I was reading about that, and they said the problem is producing antimatter is ridiculously expensive and has to be stored in magnetic rings because once it comes into contact with standard,
it explodes.
It's a
Chain
pure
reaction.
100% energy release. But I want to ask you: do you know how much stronger modern nuclear weapons? When I say modern, I mean like the 90s. Do you know how much stronger they are than the bombs we dropped on Nagasaki?
About 5,000
Far too many for my liking.
If we're talking about a multiple independently, we're talking
about an ICBM MIRV technology
No.
coming back in re-entry order.
Because not only does it carry 8 to 12 warheads, but they're also substantially more powerful each.
Absolutely.
So one ICBM could pepper the entire eastern seaboard.
Yeah, like Fat Boy or Little Boy and Fat Man. I mean, those were...
Because you can see how leggy they are.
They're really small.
Pretty damn
So
fucking
modern
leggy
weapons,
right
people
now.
don't realize. They look at history and they're like, the nuclear weapons. You have no idea how
there you go.
powerful the modern weapons are now.
But by the time we dropped
So
those
Escalade
on
level 10 is
1945
enough.
out of Enola Gay and the rest of it, they already had 2,000 plane sorties going in. They waited until the day when there were like 50-mile-an-hour winds. So it basically burned down half of Japan, probably killed 5 million people in one day. They were already trying to surrender then. So using primitive technology of just fire bombs was actually better than the atomic bombs at that time. They just dropped those on them to scare the Russians.
Now here's the thing. If we had antimatter bombs and were able to contain antimatter, you could have, I was reading this thing about it, a weapon the size of a standard ICBM, but carrying an antimatter explosive would take out a quarter of the planet. Now, my math's probably wrong, but I was reading an article that said, like, the amount of energy released from something that powerful. They said, if there was an antimatter bomb the size of you, it would blow up 1/4 of the planet, ripping the planet clean off.
I think it'd be a lot more than that.
Didn't they enter the portal? Does it mean...
You've got a football size
there
of
you go.
plutonium, and then you slam uranium into it or vice versa.
Anti-plutonium?
Well, I mean, there's different systems. They usually jacket it in plastic explosive. The more primitive stuff, they fire a uranium bullet into plutonium. They got a bunch of systems. But, I mean, they're saying like a tiny bit of real antimatter they were able to hold together with. I mean, their estimates are blow the sun up.
We're going to go to the member segment because we're going to let Alex just say whatever he wants. And so I want to maximize the amount of time we have for that.
But it's all theoretical. We're just sitting here talking about all this stuff. For sure. They don't want us to discuss and just expand our minds into larger discussion scenarios. But, I just hope people will understand we're still on the air. Ways we're even bigger than we ever were. Thanks to all the fans and supporters. And made mistakes in the past. I apologize for them. I don't use that against me. But we're alive and well at the dreaded evil freeworldnews.tv is where you find all the videos. freeworldnews.tv, it's one word, and of course newswars.com, and people should see what we're actually saying and what we're doing, like you're doing, rather than just lie and say, oh, he's a Nazi, he did this, he did that.
I want to show you something when we start off the members podcast. So make sure you go to timcast.com. I've got a video from 10 years ago that I want you to hear. So again, timcast.com member segment where.
Oh, hello. So many units. So many units. So much gold. We are rich boys. Extra rich. I can't tell if I'm winning or losing, to be honest. It's very hard. I feel like it's in between. These my creatures. I have those? Damn. Oh, it's a stampede. My bad. You really need to trace that. Let's fight, mate. You wanna fight?
Grove is being desecrated.
You again call. Now what? The shadows call. Lava.
Are you suicidal? Closer and closer. Creepy. Now it's me and Linus. Oh my god, like I have far too many units. Jesus fucking Christ. This is far too much.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
I barely can move. So slow.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
GP man. The unlimited units for Holy Aura and animated that, I know, right? But they're very easy to dispel and they have very bad HP. I lost the Satyrs. I lost the Satyrs to Scourge. Scourge is stronger than Satyrs, in my opinion. Especially because they can utilize the corpses before I can reanimate them. Like, this was only pink. That is not solo path. It's like a half of the race, right? Of a solo race, basically. If like I would normally have to fight him and Burning Legion, not Burning Legion, Blood Elves. So it's not even, you know, like I struggle against pink without teal, basically. A chance for a non-macro map today. I don't know, man. Maybe.
Dude, fireballs coming out. That means they're timed.
I'm down for a 3-tag. I'm down for a 3-tag.
5 seconds of fireball.
I'm gonna restart Warcraft. Give me a second. And yeah, also their price is very big. Their price is like 32 gold or something.
Fireball?
So you have to like use so much. 1.1 KHP unit and 32 gold for that. I mean, you probably realize that Unholy Aura, it doesn't stack. It doesn't stack. You have like 1 unit, 1 Holy Aura, that's it. You don't need like 50 or 100. Bloodlust is good. They attack faster, I guess. But it's similar to Charge, so no difference. And they have animated that. That is also amazing. But against the races who have something to do with the corpses, like Parasite or Raise That, you can't really do anything, you know. So wait, hold on. I played against this guy, right? I feel like I played against this guy. Oh, maybe I did not.
Is there an enemy? Yeah, so you probably have to dodge the fireballs. You got the dodge ability in your hotbar?
Yeah, but even then, I know. I feel like, for example, Warimatha's Betrayal is stronger. It has about the same elites. Oh, actually the same elites. But like the heroes, there are literally like how many? 3 ranged heroes, right? Alongside, no, there is a Kazakh as well. Not Kazakh, but the Doomguard. I don't really understand what the fuck is this guy doing, because I honestly think that, yeah, okay, so I can trap his bishop, that's for one. Alright. Oh, this is gonna be a nasty trade. Yeah, that's gonna be a nasty trade. I feel like I'm gonna come probably having less pieces than him. likely, but whatever. I don't think I also can trap his bishop, his knight, right? Yeah, I don't think I can trap his knight. No, I can. Actually, I can. I think I can. So just that square, I guess. Maybe like this. I'm not missing anything, right?
This is a outside set. Oh, yeah, but you can take this and empty it. Again, you can put it in there.
Oh, this is nasty. Yeah, and then he can just put the rook there, and yeah, that's gonna be bad. I mean, nah, it's not gonna be bad. I feel like, yeah, this counters everything. Now we are fine. I can attack. Long time viewer here. I understand you love that map, but is there a way you can play without just messing with your strong PC that requires a lot of FPS ultimately? Maybe one carry hero. You mean whether can I win Dark Age of Warcraft games without messing units like I usually do? I can, but it's bad. I mean, dude, that Twin Blades would not really carry that much. Just so you understand, Pink has chaos damage on all the units. Pink literally has chaos damage on all the units. So my heroes with divine armor and hero armor, like, they don't matter. You know what I mean? They just don't matter. Want to do 2 versus 8 game? No, just wait. I feel like I'd rather wait, no? Also, have you wrote in 3TAG Discord that there is a lobby? Let me see. So we just play that. Unless I'm missing something. This is scary, but I don't think he can do anything to me. Yeah, I can just be there and I'm fine. I mean, yeah, my heroes were pretty powerful, but they can't really solo entire game, I believe. I don't think he can do anything because of my bishop there. Literally nothing. My bishop is very powerful. It covers all the squares he can go to. Okay. Well, now... That's actually different now. Yeah, that's actually different now. Wait, hold on. Fuck. I feel like I need to make... Yeah. I just need to make a move with my king. Oh man, and then I just a knight for... Oh, okay. I can trade a knight for... and bishop for a rook. Okay, doesn't accept that. At least my rook is safe now. Let's think. Well, then I just play that, I guess. There can be a lot of lagging, but I think it's gonna be fine.
This is my coffee right here.
Horse of 5 is GG.
I already drank the yogurt.
I don't
I put milk in it and
think
coffee
it was
here.
GG, but...
So it's all dark right here. Shaking it right now.
Well... We trade a bishop for a rook, I guess.
Can you talk to the healer?
Now we're up 2 pieces, which is very nice. Okay. Oh my god, he threw, he could have taken your bishops with his rook. Could he really? He could have taken your bishops with the rook. Oh my god! Yeah, you're right. Wait, hold on, I didn't... Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, you're right. I forgot, man. Ah, yeah, that is bad. Yeah, that was actually a very bad play by me. Shit. Yeah. Oh wait, we're having a rematch? Ah shit, okay, well, let's go. I don't feel like I proposed a rematch. I'm pretty sure I proposed, I just queued up the game, right? That's kind of weird, but okay.
Yeah, I don't even know how you get
Chess castle. Yeah, very close position, isn't it? You know what? Maybe I can make it. Maybe I can kinda make something with response, you know. Not entirely sure though, but yeah. Okay.
Activate the charge circle.
Yeah, so you gotta activate the charge circle somehow. Can you shoot a fireball at it?
What?
The thing that needs charge. Yeah, that's not... You gotta go back. You died. The fireball has friendly fire, it looks like, so... If you're too close to the fireball, it's gonna kill you too.
Use activate the charge circle.
So try standing further away from it, then shooting it with the fireball. Right now you're too close to it.
You looking for trouble?
Did you try shooting a fireball at it? Try skipping a turn.
You walked away from it? And then you go get this.
So find the other one. But there's a line leading to it. Follow the path.
You must now be ready for a performance.
Go follow the rock. It just opened up for it. battle.
We will rejoin our
Can we get on
comrades.
with this already?
Who will be next?
Hands out your pockets now.
Oh, 10 bottles of mead.
Fella can't hear himself think with all this racket. Do you not hear that, Farah? You got to cut that out. What's happened to ya? Aye, she needs help, but none that I can give. Mad as a cooker, that one, and twice as loud. What else do you call hollering after a ghost? That child of hers she's shouting after has been dead and buried a month over. Killed by a void woken back in our home village. Never even stepped foot in and there ain't no amount of hollering that'll bring her back.
The woman is scrabbling at her throat, as though she can hardly breathe.
Don't touch me! You're too close. Ugh! It won't budge. I can't breathe.
She stares at you in horror, trying to work out if you're joking or not, and then realizes that her breathing has slowed. The panic.
Thank you.
I'm not mad, darling. I'm not mad. Sweetheart? Please, please, you must help me. No one here will help me. Not one of these bastards. A child is missing. Oh, bless you, bless you. She's been missing for days now, and not a single soul will help me look for her. Irma's her name. She's about as high as your hip. Black of hair, a quiet child. I'm sick with worry. Completely sick. I last saw her just here, near 3 days ago. She was playing with her little doll, and I was washing out her tunic. I turned from her for one moment, and she was gone. Left her doll behind, too. It's so unlike her. Yes, of course. Here, you should take it with you. When you find her, give her the doll and tell her, Mummy says this is for her little chicken, and it's time to come home. That's what I call her. My little...
She soaks up a steady stream of tears.
She ought to come with you then. She ought to follow you back to me. You are an angel. I'm not mad, darling. I'm not mad. Sweetheart.
Greetings, child. I find myself in your so-called divine lands, yet I feel his absence deep in my heart all the same. If there's no rest for the wicked, there's plenty of rest for Lucian, my friend. so we ought to beg all the harder for his return. Go well, my child.
Where is he? You there? I'm looking for an inmate. He wears a large bronze ring with a dragon stamped into it. Name of Migo. Have you seen him? You have seen him? Tell me, where was he?
It's time to accept reality.
And you're very sure it was him?
She inspects the ring closely.
This can't be. You said he was upon the beach, yes? I need to have a look myself.
Need something in the kitchen, do you?
Is that really you?
Little Yarrow girl. Grown up, flower-headed girl.
What have they done?
She looks at you with hatred etched deeply in the lines of her face.
I didn't want any of this.
She looks at her father and manages a small smile.
As am I. There were always rumors about the hammer. Dallas, that is. What she was doing with the prisoners she hauled off to her fortress. Why they never joined the rank and file thereafter. I suppose now I know. It's strange. It almost reminds me of the creatures Dallas keeps at her side. Sometimes you hear a kind of muttering beneath their masks.
She reaches out to touch her father's hand. He withdraws it quickly before remembering himself and reaching out to Yarrow again.
I had no idea. What a fool I am. Wait, before you go. You've helped us a great deal today. Let me help you too. Take this key. I'll show you where you can use it. It opens a door leading into the fort that may help you get out of this wretched place. It isn't too late for you. Not yet.
What's happened? What have they done to you?
Darling? Yarrow girl?
It was her, wasn't it? The monster.
Don't think of the ugly now. Here I am. Here you are. Here we are.
What did she do?
Worms, darling. Worms in my head. I'm not myself, Yarrow girl.
Don't you dare apologize.
What's happened? What have they done to you?
Worse than war rations, these.
I've got that special shipment he was asking after. Figure point then.
Scared, are ya? Go on.
Hey, you're a little light in your pack, ain't you, mate? Who could blame you with the garbage they got for sale round here?
Worse than war rations, these.
Why don't you take a gander at the goodies I've...
She smiles and gives you a long, meaning...
Soon! Careful. Don't want to catch Griff in a bad mood.
Say what you will about the Divine Order. You again? Tell me, are you alone?
I've had more bouts of scabies than baths in this place, you know.
Mind your manners round Griff, eh? Got it?
Leave me. Go. You leave me, bitch.
She groans in pain. Amidst a crowd of screws, bolts, and
What you after?
Get bent.
a grin cracks her stony face.
Sure thing.
Hey, mister. It's a lot nicer here than that. I'm sure glad some of the others made it out alive too. Adults always want to...
The child has a small mirror in his hands. He holds it up at angles, inspecting his eyes.
I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
The child considers your statement.
You're weird. Are you a sorcerer? One of those guys that brings the bad void things here?
The child looks at you straight on, unafraid, searching the...
I don't see any source on you or me. I guess they're wrong. Or crazy. It's better here than inside. But you didn't die. There isn't anywhere safer. You'll see. Guess I am, but...
The Stone King watches over the water. The statue responds to you. You feel it reach out.
Here's the goods. That you wanted.
I feel him, but I do not see him. No one tells me there are so many children in this fort. Stay in this cave a while.
Whack! Back, evil ogre, or I'll get you with my sword! I'll spare you this time, beast, but don't cross. You're really fun. Hey, I'm gonna... Ready? Go! You found me! Okay, wait, go! A human? You stink.
The child looks around, then back at you. She makes an obscene gesture and continues with her...
Stupid human. Ooh! Wow! You're really smart. I bet. You know what? I know how to spell introduce. My way is too small for you. You'll have to find another. Hope you brought a shovel.
I've spotted this hole is too small for you to squeeze into.
Wither, this is my new friend. He's really smart. You'll like him a lot.
Please, small child, leave me to my ruminations.
But he's really nice and tall. Maybe he can even help you with that thing.
Why? A grown friend? You brought an adult here. Good. Good gods. dead, Walker. Tell me true. Stand you with the Source Hunters, or do you serve the town at Brackus Rex? Ancient history. Can it have been so long already? Gods, how the time flies. I haven't seen a living soul in all that time. What a strange notion. A child may technically be alive, but so is a potato, if you understand me. No, Morty cannot help with what I ask. A wicked king it was, Brackus Rex by name. The Order of the Source Hunters discovered a great horror upon this prison isle, and I was sent to stop it. Yet my failure was absolute. I am not fit to bear the insignia of the Source Hunters any longer. Please, good sir, you must free me. Prise this spear from my chest, where it has been stuck fast for the last 1,000. Seize the spear. End this degradation. Please, the spear. Seize it and pull. Good sir, you have set my body free. Free to crumble to dust at last. But my spirit, blast! I remain trapped in this mouldering skeleton yet. Then you may be glad you've escaped the curse of Brackus Rex. After he interred me in this cell, he must have drawn my very soul away from me and stored it elsewhere in the fort. Thus he has bound me entirely to the mundane realm. But I know this place well. I could lead you to its likely location. In turn, you would find a path straight out of this fort. My freedom for yours. What say you? Marvelous, my friend. Marvelous. You'll first have to get inside the fort itself. There's a secret switch on a statue of the Seven in the courtyard. The switch will open a hatch, and you'll be led into the prison's main floor. I suspect that within Brackus's phylactery room, you will find the container which ensnares my soul. He has likely disguised it well, but search there for another hidden switch. Brackus would have made me a supplicant, a slave to these walls. With your help, I'll die. At last. Death without your soul is no death at all, my friend. Fort Joy is a dangerous place, my friend. Here, he and his researchers crafted punishments and snares. I was fully briefed about this awful place before I came. I never thought...
Stupid.
Go find a little one to bother.
I am glad to see you. You fill me with peace.
You are in the wrong place, Pinky. Fear? Pity, perhaps. A blind wolf may lead the pack, but sooner or later they will all starve. Never mind. If you...
I feel him, but I do not see him. I feel him, but I do not see him. I feel him, but I do not see him.
Unexpected quest.
Leave him be. Listen, I... Shut up, elf.
The shrine depicts Lucian the Divine, avatar of the 7 gods. You hear a strange sound, like rusted hinges creaking, and...
My word! He has spoken! Lucian has spoken! The eternal prayer! It worked!
It's broken. That face, it's almost familiar, like a long-faded memory. The droplet burns both hot and cold, and yet you feel no pain. You step towards the flow. The cat's eyes are clouded and grey. It appears confused, and yet somehow compelled. broken.
Worse than more rations, these.
Amidst a crowd of screws, bolts, and scraps of metal, the woman is manipulating a glove-like contraption fitted with 5 long metal skewers. She doesn't look up as you approach.
And what you after? I ain't.
She looks up.
You looking to buy something? What have they done to you?
Yarrow and Migo talk between each other in low... Yarrow and Migo...
What's happened? What have they done to you?
to let one of them cross your path.
Gavel! Oh, 10 bottles of mead.
Easy, eh? Perhaps if those bleeding dwarves didn't eat so much.
No, not like this. I won't let them.
I sense something nearby.
Not like this. I won't let them.
Show yourself! Worse than war rations, these.
Hands out your pockets now.
No, not like this. I won't let them.
I sense something nearby.
Perhaps it's those bleeding dwarves they make so much.
No, not like this. I won't let them.
Reveal yourself!
not like this. I won't let them.
Reveal yourself!
No, not like this. I won't let them.
Sense something nearby.
Check. They're taking Flossie away from us. No, there is no freedom for you, my friend. Let's see. Okay, so the game gonna end next turn. Should probably get just these big boys, you know. Those are looking good. Those are looking good. Can you just run to me, Kek? 7v1. Well, I was trying to, it's just not that easy, you know? So yeah.
Threatens these lands? What threatens these lands? Has sleep dulled my senses?
That's some good salt. Well, yeah. Oh, thank you. Just keep on attacking me with your fucking kobolds and Inferno. What the fuck is that, dude? Jesus fucking Christ. What do you mean Flossie just... What do you mean Flossie just cheating? GG. Bottom Peach tells. That light blue fucked me up. 300 kills. Yo, I actually killed a lot this game. Yeah, this hero is pretty OP. This hero is actually pretty OP. Well, tips for new players, like start conquering everyone day 2. No, just like if you see yourself being able to conquer someone, you go for it. It's usually it's very risky, and if you have like, it depends if you counter the guy completely. How does rebellion work? Can they rebel infinite times or some sort of limit? Once. They can rebel once, so you have to choose it smart. You can't rebel just out of the blue, you know. I forgot to move the camera. Oh yeah, my bad. There you have it. Oops. Alright. What should we play now? We played 3 times, we played like 4 macro maps. Yeah, once per game you can betray. Well, what else have we played? We have played I don't know what to play, man. Maybe zombie defense? Yeah, we're gonna beat 8-bit. I'm not the biggest fan of the map. I don't know. It's whatever, to be honest. Nah, I'm not super interested. I mean, it's fun to play, but like... try harding and sweating in it, it's... it's whatever. If I wanna try hard, I will just play by myself. The 8-bit one. What's the game called where you level up as playing creeps and other players was? Darwin's Island. You probably mean that. You probably mean Darwin's Island. Oh, nice. Wait, hold on. We are setting up the tournament's Discord. Wait, what? Already? Nice. Yeah, that was a private one, but apparently it's not. Tess always spoon feeds Zoom. It's kinda twisted. Cause the last time I played with Tess, he played against me in yeah, last time before that game was a 3-tag that I played just before this game, right? And then in that 3-tag he was finding me like in weird spots. Let's go hard and jungle. I wonder if I can beat this at least. And before that... Wait, what? What is this? Wait, my perks. Wait, why my perks are... My perks are bugged. I can't type either. I can. I'll just... Who the fuck bugged this shit? What? And before that, we also played a FG game where against my druids, he went for the fucking Dark Ranger and was charming all my bears. And before that, he stayed in macro maps and annoyed the shit out of me. I would hardly call him a simp, okay? I would hardly call him a simp and a spoon feeder. So I don't know, dude. I mean, he literally fought me, he died. He just didn't betray. He had one opportunity to betray, but he would never win against me. So I see his logic for like it's meaningless. Because literally like I have magic damage, lots of magic damage, and he has a lot of Morlocks with heavy armor. I completely counter him. So like, I don't really know, man. I mean... Looking at the replay test, definitely for you to get taken by Zoom. Flossie is fine though. Well, yeah, he just died. Like, I know, just lost his entire shit. Yeah, I'm not sure. I tried to close the perks. I feel like it didn't work, but maybe I didn't press the close button. I pressed on the book. I pressed everywhere. I feel like I pressed everywhere. I'm pretty sure I pressed close as well, but maybe I did not. I don't know. My bad if I didn't, okay? Well, this time I will try, if it's gonna be the same bug. Don't worry. Well, we can probably start with this amount of players, right? We don't need to probably wait for anyone else. And can just go... Yeah, let's go. Let's just go. Heart Jungle.
Yes, my lord.
Let's go, boys.
Off I go then.
This is the run.
Righto. Yes, my lord. Off I
Okay,
go
for
then.
some reason,
Yes, my lord. Off I go
who
then.
the fuck? Like, I know it. No, it literally is bugged.
Righto. Yes, my lord. Off I go then. Righto.
What the fuck is this map? Who is skipping the intro as well? Can you not fucking skip the intro? I feel like it's a problem with someone skipping the intro. Who is it? Stop. Get some help. Fuck it, let's play 8-bit rate. I'm not sure how you skip it either. But that's probably the way you can do it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hungry today and I have only soup. So I ordered myself a Subway sandwich. I wasn't very sure to eat it on stream or not. Well, yeah, I guess it's better to eat it than not to eat. Mmm. The bread is very fresh. Yeah, that's very good bread. Anyone else want to join? Blazing? Anyone else? Past? Yeah, this is some good shit.
Is that Warcraft? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Pac-Man's the bad guy.
Hey yo! Do you really think we should play on a normal difficulty after seeing that? Yeah, this time we got this. This time we got this, I believe. Yo, Rich, you wanna join or not? Yo, Richardic. God, now I have crumbles all over the place. Everywhere.
dwarves. It says, save the residents, 5 saves, clear the barracks debris, wait for the swordsman to return.
done. son. Job done.
I've been eating this whole time. I do like burritos. I've been eating it, yeah. You could eat. I've been eating this whole time. Pretty hot.
You got the store remind me when you tortilla.
I can get tortillas.
Not today.
Huh? I will later.
done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Castle tunnel.
Yeah, but he's got to go here to get over here.
It's highlighted, right?
Yes, that's why. It says send a worker will be this worker.
Is that a worker?
These ones can't cross. It's a new puzzle.
This is an elder.
Elder?
Yeah.
You gotta get a worker to go build that.
Where your worker is at? This is the worker right here.
Yeah. But you can't cross. I need what?
300 gold.
300 gold?
For a swordsman.
And now we have 60.
There's an order right there. Block the path.
Yeah. So you need the swordsman, right?
Yeah.
So you have to keep doing that and grabbing those wooden things till you get.
Yeah, you sell the wood, I think. Your workers are hurt right now.
Seems easy, but there's
We got 300 food, 400 woods, let's sell. So wood. Let's sell the food. We're gonna buy.
Wait, what did you sell?
Market, right here.
Okay, go to market again. Okay, what did you sell?
It says sell right there. So I sold some food. I sold some materials.
You just click that and sell?
I didn't need the resources to do it. See, now I'm sending the swordsman. Go fight the sword. He's finding it now. Now we're gonna send the workers to go fight these things.
I just needed to cut the pumpkins.
Yeah, send the workers to harvest them. Seems like there's more wood now, so I'm gonna send them to do that. More food. More lumber. Take that all back.
And how do you be able to get the lumber right there?
Yeah, by clicking on it.
Okay.
Now we're gonna clear this debris. It costs 80 food and 40 wood. Yeah, and that's the list. Everything on the check mark means they're working on it. Now all you know, more workers there.
Very easy though.
Yeah. bridge yet? Because you can pick these things up too.
No, you know,
You cleared the debris.
that's not that.
Okay, so follow the path downward to see what else you need to do. So you got your resources at the top, and now you got 0 food, so you should go to the farm and pick up some stuff.
This right here.
Yeah, the sell and to buy is the other one. The one that says buy. But you always want to make sure you have some food so your people don't starve. Did you make it? You gotta go down. Look, there's a bridge you made already. So you're already almost there.
Job's done.
Rice water. Lime.
Job's done. done. Job's 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 done. 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 Job's 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 done.
Peek? Yeah, I'll take a peek.
I'm doing this other one that got fine. You can just throw that out at night.
Yeah, I'll throw it out.
You know, just accumulate everything you want in a day and toss it out.